guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Iran is incapable of building a nuclear weapon.
President Trump says Israel and Iran have agreed to a ceasefire, later confirmed by Vice President J.D. Vance.
Well, we were actually working on that just as I left the White House to come over here, so that's good news that the president was able to get that across the finish line.
Vance added the U.S. has obliterated the Iranian nuclear program without losing a single American life. The Pentagon says the U.S. bombing of Iran, nicknamed Operation Midnight Hammer, was an incredible and overwhelming success.
Sunday morning, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth called President Trump's decision to strike Iran as bold and brilliant. The U.S. hit 3 Iranian nuclear facilities, including the fortified Fordow operation. Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Kane, said the plan was top secret and very few people in Washington knew of it. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
China is speaking out against the U.S. military action in Iran, which President Trump confirmed on Saturday, saying 3 of Iran's nuclear facilities had been destroyed.
China's UN ambassador Fu Kong, according to the state broadcaster CCTV, said that the credibility of the US had been damaged as a country and as a participant in any international negotiations. Beijing, in a statement on Sunday, said that Washington's actions have exacerbated tensions in the Middle East, and it is calling for a ceasefire to be reached as soon as possible. Meanwhile, US Secretary of State Marco Rubio, in comments to Fox News, said he was urging China to encourage Iran not to shut the Strait of Hormuz. It is an important global route for crude oil, which China depends on heavily for its supplies. Rebecca Bunsen, Hong Kong.
Wall Street closed higher today.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 374 points. The S&P 500 added 57 points. The Nasdaq rose 183 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
Researchers in Seattle have found a possible link between a gene mutation and sudden infant death syndrome.
The Aaron Matthew SIDS Research Guild includes researchers from Seattle Children's Research Institute and data scientists from Microsoft. They examined genes from 144 children who died sudden unexplained deaths. The gene variant was also found in people who suffered sudden deaths for other reasons, including cardiac arrest. The gene variant does not mean a child will die from SIDS, only that they might be prone to a sudden death. I'm Brad Ford.
There's a growing battle in Texas over what is sold in smoke shops. Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick blasted Governor Greg Abbott for vetoing his bill that banned all products containing THC.
One can only come to this conclusion. The governor of the state of Texas wants to legalize recreational marijuana.
The governor's veto was one of about 24 that were announced. He wrote that a ban on THC would drive the state into a legal battle that it could not win. Lawmakers will now be tasked with regulating what becomes a billion-dollar industry in a special session that begins in about a month. FedEx founder Fred Smith is dead at the age of 80.
Smith helped create the overnight delivery industry, which revolutionized the way business and consumers receive goods and packages. He founded the company as Federal Express in 1971 and began operations in Memphis 2 years later. The Mississippi native served 4 years in the U.S. Marines and returned home from Vietnam to start his company, which grew into a $90 billion global shipping giant. I'm Mark Mayfield.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotShotSecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. I'm driving through the year, trying to make it right. My baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my whole
All right, just like that. Here we go. Ready or not. We're going to roll into a brand new day. As we cross over the midnight hour in the Eastern time zone, from one coast to the next, we'll welcome you into a Tuesday. Yes, you made it through the hard part. Greatest day of the week in the books. We are looking at 80 degrees at the midnight hour outside the secret bunker. A little bit of a tropical air mass parked overhead in the eastern USA, no doubt about it. So welcome aboard the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Trust your week's off to a good start here. Anybody heard about a heat wave? Yeah? Well, for the eastern half of the country, for sure, we continue to deal sweltering temperatures. And they've been warning us for several days. Not a lot of relief even during the overnight hours. We'll probably not get out of the 70s for overnight lows. And then things start warming up rapidly as the sun comes up again. Heat advisories, excessive heat warnings throughout the eastern USA, extending well into the Northeast. Not very often do you see excessive heat warnings in places like Maine. But indeed, that is the case tonight. As we roll into a Tuesday, excessive heat warnings extending up the entirety of the eastern seaboard from eastern North Carolina, South Carolina. You've got it. Maryland, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and again on up into Maine. The heat dome continues to build off to the east. It's, of course, enveloped the plains and the Midwest. We've seen readings in the 90s and triple digits, pretty commonplace since late last week. This is what they describe as dangerous heat will maximize across much of the Northeast and Mid-Atlantic. Bright sunshine, humid conditions, temperatures peaking well above 100 degrees for millions of people. Cities like Washington, D.C., Baltimore, Philadelphia, New York. The actual air temperature forecast to get very close to 100 degrees as we head into a Tuesday. This would mark the first time for some in decades that triple-digit heat has been experienced in the month of June anyway. It's a little early this year. Now, even parts of eastern and northern New England, from Boston to Portland, Maine, that typically escape the dangerous heat domes, you will all come within a few degrees of 100 degrees when the heat peaks on Tuesday. Overnight lows struggling to fall below 80 degrees in many urban areas, especially on the 95 corridor, while the heat will not be as extreme further west or across wide swaths of the interior Northeast, parts of the Ohio Valley, Midwest, and Tennessee Valley regions. Temperatures still well into the 90s under that heat dome through at least midweek. So from Cincinnati to Detroit, Indianapolis to Memphis, Pittsburgh, St. Louis, Chicago, and New York City, areas that track the duration and severity of heat waves, indicates that the ongoing heat spell is going to be worse than anything we've seen probably since 2023, since this heat wave scale was introduced. It's only been in place for a couple years. So in a few areas, we'll see some cooling thunderstorms that may bring a brief reprieve from the heat. But in that case, the storm ends, the humidity skyrockets. In addition to some gusty storms along the periphery of the heat dome, pop-up thunderstorms could bubble up and fizzle out in random nature, especially across portions of the south. Now, due to the cumulative effect on the human body, prolonged exposure to hot weather can be deadly, with the New York City mayoral primary taking place here today, Tuesday. If you're going to be voting in person and in many cases, possibly waiting in lines outside in the heat, be prepared. Take plenty of water, wear light-fitting, cool clothing. Ground temperatures in the hotter pavement areas are going to feel well above 105 degrees today. Of course, your pets, don't chain them up outside. Yeah, be considerate of the heat in many municipalities, including the entire Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. It is illegal to tether your dog outside in the heat without access to cool water and shelter. For those that do not have consistent access to air-conditioned environments, hundreds of cooling centers are being made available across all states expected to be impacted by this heat. The National Center for Healthy Housing actually has a web page with contact information state by state if you are in need of a cooling shelter. But it's officially summertime. You deal with heat waves. Meanwhile, along the periphery, as we've been talking for days, they're calling it the Ring of Fire, thunderstorms. A swath of thunderstorms, sometimes thousands of miles long, often goes along with these huge heat domes during the summer. The pattern this week will be no exception, according to AccuWeather, because the air in much of the heat dome is warm enough through most layers of the atmosphere. Clouds have difficulty forming, let alone thunderstorms, but on the edges of the heat. Along the northern and western flanks, the air's cooler well above the ground, which makes it easier for those clouds to tower, producing thunderstorms. The pattern is referred to in the weather community, as I mentioned, the Ring of Fire. Thunderstorms form along the edges of the heat dome. Within this ring, there can be spotty individual thunderstorms or large clusters of thunderstorms or even a solid line that can repeat or kind of meander back and forth as the hot and cool air changes hands. Of course, during the afternoon and evening hours when thunderstorms tend to be most active, those towering clouds, downpours, thunder and lightning, extending from north-central Mexico all the way to southeastern Canada, an arc of about 2,200 miles. If a location is within the thunder zone on one day, it could be in the same zone all week, or possibly catch a break on any given day, only to be stormy the next consecutive days. Where those storms repeat, there will be the heightened risk of flash flooding. Of course, any thunderstorm in that zone can pulse to severe intensity, high winds, lots of lightning, hail, and possibly even a brief tornado. A swath of thunderstorms, some locally severe, will extend from northeastern New Mexico to the Texas Panhandle to northern Michigan into the overnight hours tonight. Much of the Northeast is kind of catching one of those breaks from thunderstorms right now through Monday night, but not the case for Tuesday, as the thunderstorms will begin to resume. More storms will be targeting some of the hard-hit areas of central, eastern upstate New York, as well as northern New England, western New York, northwest Pennsylvania, maybe northern Ohio, back into northern Indiana, southern Michigan, and vast populated areas of southeastern Ontario and southern Quebec. Looks like the day ahead will be another active day in terms of severe weather for the plains. Most of the severe storms will focus from the eastern half of Colorado and Wyoming, stretching to maybe northern Illinois and southern Wisconsin. Active pattern, but as the song went so many years ago, the heat is on. Glenn Fry, wasn't it? Well, hello to Philly Dan from the city of brotherly love this morning. Pappy checking in, saddle up nocturnal listeners, the midnight hour, and from the sounds of it, a ceasefire in the works. Looking at 80 degrees on the cruiser dash cam in southwestern Ohio. By the way, Little Steven and Stryker doing fine as about 50 minutes ago. Figured I'd save Daryl some time. All right, snuggle up to whomever, whatever, dial it up at 844-844-3388. Don't be a scarecrow. Give us your thoughts. Are you with me? Larry is on board. Good afternoon. Hammer down. Be safe. Hello to Brett. He said, I was not joking. 42 degrees outside now. And the low tonight, 23. Where is this place? Of course, West Yellowstone, Montana. I actually need my overalls tonight. It's cold. Isn't that amazing? From the eastern half of the country, it was hot last week out west, and all that heat dome has been expanding to the east, much cooler out west. Looks like the other Brett from Denver, the Mile High City, said they've got partly cloudy skies, 67 degrees at this hour. Not a bad night. And it says, I do not understand why anyone would be upset that we actually took the initiative to strike Iran. They're terrorists. The Democrats have really lost their marbles. Oh, well, but what else is new? Thanks to all the first responders out there keeping us safe and all those third shift workers out there helping to keep this loony world turning 24/7. And hello to Tank. Morning, Steve. Happy Tuesday. 76 degrees here in Joseph City, Arizona. Yes, thoughts and prayers for Knucklebuster and his family. We're headed out toward Fontana. Everybody truck safe and have a blessed day. All right, a heads up for you here. Yeah, we'll come back and say hello to some of our other listening friends checking in, but I got a notification from the Carolina Monkey Gouger a short time ago that he's actually on his final run as we speak. I thought that was going to be last week, so he'll break it down for us. He's going to be checking in here once we get to the news break, bottom of the hour. And folks had been asking, give us a chance to dial up and say, thanks for what you've done over the years, whatever you've got on your mind. But the Carolina Monkey Gouger will be joining us. Just thought I'd give you a heads up there. 844-844-3388. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Well, hello to Country Bumpkin. Check it in from a steamy Waterford, Michigan. Good morning to the Overnight Drive family. Thanks for all you do for the drivers out there, Steve. Hello to Shorty, I-77 southbound, Charlotte, North Carolina with 85 degrees. Well, I heard something chirping under the hood. I raised the hood, and the idler pulley was broke in half. We are 6 hours behind with our Orlando turnaround number 1. That's the way you wanted to start your week, isn't it? Oh, boy. Double trucker, warm 75 degrees, Madison, Ohio. Last Wednesday night, I left the yard, and while I was working, my car was totally flooded. It is now still drying out. Tonight is my first night back. Running quite late, so it'll be a late morning. Running back to the terminal. I'll be tuning in a bit later via the home of free speech, a.k.a. Rumble. All right, we got a lot of Daves. Double Trucker is a Dave. Dave Foltz is Cracker Box. And then we've got Dave in Florida, who says, good morning, 77 in the beautiful state of Florida, headed up to Valdosta, then back to Tampa. Shout out to Captain Ron. One day closer to your favorite day. And there's Cracker Box. Good morning, all the overnight listeners. Sitting here, getting ready to copy the mail. It's been quite warm in Florida, but I think it's actually a little cooler here than what you've got up there. At least that's what I'm hearing. Have a good night. I'll be sitting back, copy the mail from Cracker Box. Rubber Duck, home sweet home for me. Hey, 2 wins for the grandkids tonight. And I was able to stop by for the games. I really want to thank the boss for that. All right, boy, yeah, softball in this kind of weather, it's got to be tough on the kids out there, right? Any outdoor sports, any outdoor anything. Oh, let's see, what's Dirty Harry got going on? Gooder morning. Been a while, but I'm here to check in, let everybody know I'm doing good. I did my 7th of 12 infusion of immunotherapy. The pneumonia's all cleared up, and with a Doppler test on my legs, not good, but not bad. Flowing at 70%, and I guess the left leg, right leg at 46, or maybe it's vice versa. I heard there was a woman professional cook that died the other day. I forget her name. Yeah, I saw that. She was only like 55 degrees, but 55 years old, 55 degrees. All right, good to hear from you, Dirty Harry. Continued healing there. Hope all goes well with your final treatments there. You got this, brother, right? Buckeye Boy from Ackworth, Georgia, 81 degrees. Wildcat and I pretty much slept most of the day away after he dropped off the granddaughter this morning. Got up, ate, went back to sleep. This past week, wiped us out. I say there's no way Iran's going to honor this ceasefire. What do you think? Yeah, they cannot control their proxies. They cannot be trusted. In fact, they bombed Israel within 15 minutes before this was supposed to take effect, killing 3 from what I'm hearing. Anyway, I had to fix the toilet this afternoon. Wildcats' honey-do list is getting longer and longer before we head out Thursday to the Buckeye State. Update on the trucks. The one in Maryland's waiting for a stupid part. They'll be working on the tree-damaged truck. Hope to have it by the end of the week. So there you go. Up to speed. Have a great night. Everybody be careful out there. Had a lot going through here, right? There is Captain Ron checking in. 78 degrees, Lake City, Florida. Semper Fi to Knucklebuster and Truck and Phil tonight. Very good. There's a tapeworm checking in from Valparaiso, Indiana, delivering a load of cable reels. Then it's off to Baltimore. How about Lauren Weiss, 2-time world champion bull hauler? We've got 74 degrees and some rain in St. Joe's, Missouri. Just got off the phone with the Carolina Monkey Gouger. As Steve said, he's fixing to be live action. So get your ticket, get some popcorn for the Great Gouger special end of the career shout out. So there you go. Shout out to the trucking icon Hall of Famer, the Carolina Monkey Gouger from the Show Me State. All right, real quick before we get to the Gouger here. Yeah, things started off Monday. If you go back to 24 hours ago, we were talking about the possibility, shutting down the Strait of Hormuz, where's oil prices going, all that stuff. What a difference a day makes. Israel fired off a fresh round of strikes early Monday, targeting various facilities across Iran, including, again, the Fordow uranium enrichment plant that the U.S. had hit over the weekend. They attacked the Fordow nuclear site again, according to Iranian media. The second strike specifically targeted roads around the facility in order to obstruct access to the site. They reportedly also hit the Evin prison in Tehran, as well as the security headquarters of the paramilitary Revolutionary Guards. Israel's defense minister said the Iranian dictator will be punished with full force for attacking the Israeli home front. Now, this was a payback for Iran's Sunday strikes on Israel after the U.S. had bombed the nuclear facilities there. By the end of the day, word coming down, and this is what several have alluded to, President Trump announcing that Israel and Iran have agreed to a total ceasefire. Now, the original announcement said in 6 hours. Congratulations to everyone. It's been fully agreed by and between Israel and Iran. There will be a complete and total ceasefire in approximately 6 hours from now, when Israel and Iran have wound down and completed their in-progress final missions. Yeah, that'll be for 12 hours, at which point the war will be considered ended. Yeah, will it? More on that as we roll into a new day. Like I said, what a difference a day can make.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says Israel and Iran have agreed to a ceasefire, later confirmed by Vice President J.D. Vance.
Well, we were actually working on that just as I left the White House to come over here, so that's good news that the president was able to get that across the finish line.
Vance says the U.S. has obliterated the Iranian nuclear program without dropping a single drop of American blood. Trump posted that this is the official end to the 12-day war. The NATO summit at The Hague in the Netherlands tomorrow will have a different agenda. NATO leaders will now discuss the U.S. and perhaps NATO's involvement in the peace process in Iran and Israel. President Trump is scheduled to travel to the Netherlands for that summit. Wall Street closed higher.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 374 points. The S&P 500 added 57 points. The Nasdaq rose 183 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. So visit StrongTel.com right now. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, underway, off and rolling, kicking off a Tuesday. And hello to Bob in Michigan. Thanks for joining us. Meanwhile, the Carolina Monkey Gouger in the house. Morning, Gouger.
Well, good morning, Steve. How you this morning?
Well, we're plugging away, a brand new day. You say this is the final run, huh?
This is it. This is the final week. We're done. And, matter of fact, we're taking the load back out to Texas, delivering the truck Friday to the guy that bought it, and then we got us a car rented out there. I was gonna fly back home, Steve. I told Debbie I just didn't feel good about getting on an airplane right now with all this that's going on.
Okay.
You know, and so I said, we'll just get a car, just come on back. I said, that I feel more safe doing that, you know. But yeah, we got what we wanted for the truck, and everything's good, and it's going to a good home. The new owner is a bull hauler, and so he's excited, and I'm excited. But you know, Steve, Lauren Weeze asked me a while ago. He said, "You having a hard time coping with it?" I said, "Well, you know, Lauren," I said, "I don't know whether it's a hard time coping it or just gonna miss all my friends and stuff that I made over the years. You know, I mean, I said, you know, tonight when I rolled out the gate, went back to shut the gate, I thought to myself, this is the last time you'll ever shut the gate behind this truck."
Wow.
And that, you know, that's hard to cope, you know. And I was talking to an old driver the other night down at Jolly, and he said, "Son, it's just like being a soldier. One day you're fighting, and in 24 hours you're at home, and you got to adjust, not be moving and trying to make a delivery appointment or get a delivery appointment.
Mm-hmm.
That's all done.
Right.
You know, and I think the thing that I'm not going to miss most is having to put up with his ELD. That's one pain that I won't have to mess with. and I really looking forward to. I made some videos that we got to work on them and get them edited and everything. Over, talking about my 50 years of trucking and what I've seen and some of the shenanigans we pulled along the way, and so we get that edited. We're gonna get that out. But I just glad to know that when I retire, I won't have to answer to nobody, listen to nobody's crap, or put up with some foreigner running me out in the media and trying to kill me because he got his curtain full. I'm really looking forward to it, Steve.
So, are we going to take any wagers? How many over the years have we seen do what you're doing, and as 6 months later or 8 months later, maybe less in some cases, they said, I got to get back out there, at least part time or something. I don't know. What do you think?
Well, Steve, I've got a good job with start. I told him I had to have 3 more weeks, and before I could start with waste management, being that site. See how they put that thing? A site collection superintendent.
Okay.
Is what Rika. Steve, I tell you, it's going to be hard for me because once I turn my CDLs in, that's it. I can't be like somebody else and go down and get them. I had to go through all that government rigmarole and with that waiver and everything. So, I got 1 more year to keep them up, and we'll see. But I've had 2 or 3 people ask me about driving local, and I said, no, I'm getting out of it because I don't want to drive no more. I'm just tired of the BS. I'm tired of everybody messing with us. I'm tired of these foreigners coming over here, and they're not having to enforce the laws and stuff. I said, if I had known that trucking was going to turn into the fiasco that it is right now, I think I'd have went to college. Because, I've been asked this question 1,000 times. If you could go back and change anything in trucking, in your trucking career, what would you change? Mm-hmm. And I said, well, there's one company that I wish that I'd have never been leased to, and that was out of Florida, and that was 5 years wasted on a losing effort. But I said, other than that, my trucking career has been pretty much spot on, and then another big thing, the real big decision maker to me getting out of it was the pay cut that we got back in February. They cut us 22%, which amounted to a $1,500 a week pay cut. And you can't. I mean, Steve, that you just can't make it on that. I mean, you go 1,500 times 52. That's a chunk of change.
No doubt, yeah. And so, I mean, what prompted that? I mean, was the company in dire straits?
Well, Steve, we had early warnings of it. I mean, they went to 60-day pay for the vendors. Like people that do outsource work, like the part places and all that. They went to 60-day pay on that. Well, a good friend of mine that taught me a lot about trucking said, once you see a company start doing that, they're having money flow problems. Mm-hmm. Well, we was always told that it was the largest family, privately owned company in America. They were too big to fail, So that was warning number 1. Warning number 2, our fuel card got cut off for about a week. And that was warning number 2. And then I had a reefer go down on me about a year ago in Fort Worth, Texas, and I had to use my credit card to bail their trailer out. And the final frosting on the cake was they laid off 10,000 people and give us about a 22%, 23% pay cut. Yeah, I would say they're in dire straits.
Wow.
Plus, they lost $7 billion last year, and I don't care who you are. $7 billion is a lot of money to lose. And I just, you know, and this other stuff adding on, and I said, you know, it just ain't worth it no more. I mean, the labor rates in these truck shops, $225 an hour, they don't even bat an eye. And then when you get the truck out the shop, you end up having to work on it. Fuel going up through the roof. I mean, we're seeing fuel in Texas and Oklahoma, $4 and a quarter. I know some of it had to do with having to slap those Iranians around a little bit.
Right.
But I mean, all this. I mean, trucks are getting higher and higher. Everything going through the roof, across the tires and everything. And you know, and then you know, we run our butt off for them during COVID to keep people fed. And this is the thank you give us. You give us a $1,500 a week pay cut. So that was the final straw. And I mean, I was supposed to have been out of it right after the first. And this guy come to me and told me, he said, hey, he said, don't you sell that truck. Said, I know that truck has been kept up. I want that truck. I said, well, I'm quitting June the 12th. I'm retired. I said, June the 1st, I'll have my 50 years in. And I said, June the 12th, I'll be 67. And I said, that's going to wind it up right there. Okay, well, I'll stay in touch. So, hell, you know, June the 1st come around. I said, hey, look here, you about ready to come get your truck? Well, yeah, I got to get with my money man, and I knew right then he was a lying SOB. So I come in, and I had some things I had to get done. The fish was really biting, and you know, so I took biscuit fishing, and then Debbie wanted to go fishing, you know, and I was just going to try and sell the truck from the house. And I told Debbie, I said, now I'm not getting out of it. Now that truck's out my yard. And she said, I understand. So when I come back out last week, I got her to make me up some posters, you know, for sale, truck, what I wanted for it, and all this good stuff. And I stopped at Truck Stops Texas, where I have a lot of work done, and I went in there and I said, can I put this on your bulletin board? Oh yeah, that'd be fine. And then I got on up to Freona, Texas, and a friend of mine that runs a truck stop up there, I said, hey, can I put this up there? And he said, certainly. He said, I'll put it right on the front door. Well, I had left the truck stop and went down to the local cafe to eat, and left my telephone in the truck. And when I come back, I had about 15 phone calls from this one guy. He just, hey, don't you sell that truck? Don't you do nothing? You talk to me. Don't you do nothing? So I called him back, and he said, where are you at? And I said, well, I'm at the motel now. I'll be right there. So he come down, you know, and me and him talk a little bit, and we agree on a number that I thought I'd done real good with, and he says, I need to take a test drive. Well, let's go for it. He went out, come back, and he said, is there any way that, you know, when you sell this thing, you know, and I buy it, that, you know, you're going to give it to me that day? And I said, well, boss, I said, it's like this. I got all my stuff in the truck, and I said, I didn't think the truck was going to sell this fast. And I said, I got to take it back to South Carolina and get my stuff out of it. He said, that's fine. That's fine. You go ahead and do that. So anyway, when I was sitting there, phone calls start coming in from down at Jolly Truck Stop at the shop. people wanting to look at the truck, and 3 or 4 of the bull haulers come by the motel. Hey, we want to look at the truck. It's off the market. The man shook hands and gave me $1, a West Texas handshake. You know. So things is working out. But Steve, I reckon the hardest thing to really try to put up with is losing my friends and family on this radio show. Bubba, we have been through a lot together. And, Debbie asked me, said, what you going to do about talking on the radio? I said, we'll still call in from time to time, you know. I said, I probably won't be as active as I was.
You ain't going to be up past the midnight hour. You're going to be at you'll be fishing, and then you'll be hitting the skull busters and hitting the hay as soon as the sun sets.
Well, there's a lot of truth in that. I mean, fishing takes a toll on you, man. I mean, it does. I don't know if you've seen the pictures, but every time I don't ever put no picture of the fish I catch. Well, I put some up the other night, and we were catching some golly whoppers. I mean, these fish busted up everything in the boat, plus committed suicide. And so I sent a message. I was okay. Y'all want to see some fish? Here they are, you know. And so I put some up there, but I'm looking forward to it. It's time, Steve. I mean, it's time. I told Debbie, that with things just ain't the way it was 20 years ago, Steve. I mean, it went 180 in the wrong direction, and I don't see no change in it. I don't see no change coming. Do you?
Probably not. I mean, hey, I think starting tomorrow is when they're supposed to start enforcing the English language proficiency. You think they're going to actually do it?
Well, Steve, from what I've heard and talked to people on this day is they're not going to have no choice but to do it. Because, I mean, they found out there's been so many people killed by these people not being able to talk and read English. And, we can go back and talk about Rex off from now to sun up that these people have created. And I looked at, they have put enough pressure on the FMSCA and the CBSA and all them. I mean, that, hey, look, this has become a problem, and our agencies are the ones that is looking bad. We want this put a stop to. So we're already seeing some of it at some of the scale houses, and listen to people talk about what they've seen and stuff. But I don't think the penalties are severe enough to really, put a hamper on it. What they need to do is when they catch one of them, driving, no English, no comprehending the English language, anything, snatch their license for a year. Put them out of business.
And well, that's supposed to be a part of the plan. But like I said, will they actually do it? Hey, we're going to pause there. I want to jump in, say hello, farewell, sayonara, hasta la vista, a happy retirement. It's 844-844-3388. Back into.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more. All backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
All righty, back at it here. Where do we leave off at? Yeah, let me see here. Say hello to the 2-time world champion bull hauler, live on the line with the 2-time world champion manure hauler. That's got to be a first.
Yeah. I just was on the phone with the man here a little bit ago. We thought we better get off of here and so he could call in and get his recognition going, you know.
Right.
So I'll tell you something, Steve. I was sitting here thinking I'm stopped on a ramp right now here in Missouri, but I remember clear back in the 90s listening to Gouger call into your dad's show, you know, and always having that desire to meet the man, you know, and then you got this thing started up here on Facebook. I just started doing them shout-outs to him, and then the powers that be brought us together there at the Mid-American Trucking Show, and got to meet him, the legend and the icon in person there, and that's been one of the highlights of my trucking career, to be honest with you, is get a guy on there that, I mean, this guy got a dang truck stop named after him, you know?
Right.
And so it's just a great pleasure. And then just the way that you know, when you was interviewing my hop-on wife and he handed over his life story there, autographed and all that, you know, that was neat. And I treasure that. I've had it home and I've read through it and all that. I treasure that for her, and you know, she don't really. I've had to tell her the legend of the Gouger, you know, and she embraces it like most of them do. She's not real into trucking and that, but I told her, you know, you got a book here that could be this could be a collector edition someday. Could be for our retirement. We sell that signature down the road, you know.
Well, Lord, I tell you something, man. Me and you've had some in-depth conversations over the years. Different points of view. We bring something different into the conversation and stuff. I really enjoyed it, and enjoyed meeting y'all up at the Louisville Truck Show. Talking about the Louisville Truck Show, I will be attending my last Louisville Truck Show when I took this job with Waste Management. I told them, I said, look, I go to the truck shows, and we can work around that. We can help you out there. But next year will be my last truck show. I just figured it was, if you're going to get out of it, get out of it. You know what I mean? It's like when me and my daddy quit fox hunting. I mean, we was at the top of our game. We had one of the strongest kennels in the United States. And we just got to where we got complacent. We wasn't turning out good hunting dogs like we were. We got lax. And I told Daddy, I said, you know, I don't have time to do it like I need to. I said, you know, and you want to retire. I said, we'll just sell out and get it over with. Well, we sold out all right. Sold the dogs, sold everything. went home, tore the dog pens down, never looked back. And I hadn't been back to fox hunt since it started. Because, I mean, I was scared that if I start back, I'll get hooked on it like I was before. And I just want, it's just time to move on. But,
well, I'll tell you what, we're going to give another 7 days or something, and you're going to go to what they call emeritus status, meaning that you're retired, and every now and again you get a shout out because you're going to pop your head up every now and again. But I don't know that going forward we're going to be able to have a one set shout out every night now.
Well, hold the thought there. Gentlemen, we got to pause as we close out our first hour. Back after this.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says Israel and Iran have agreed to a ceasefire, later confirmed by Vice President J.D. Vance.
Well, we were actually working on that just as I left the White House to come over here, so that's good news that the president was able to get that across the finish line.
Trump posted that this is the official end to the 12-day war. The U.S. ambassador to the UN defended Saturday strikes on Iran.
At the Security Council meeting, Dorothy Camille Shea said, for 40 years, the Iranian government has called for death to America and death to Israel, and posed a constant menace to the peace and security of its neighbors, the United States, and the entire world.
The time finally came for the United States to act decisively.
The ambassador also urged the UN to call for Iran to terminate its drive for nuclear weapons. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Iran will be the main focus as NATO leaders meet this week.
William Dinslow reports ahead of the gathering, Spain's calling for Europe to be the voice of peace and diplomacy.
That's expected to be a call from a number of NATO allies during this week's summit in The Hague, amid fears that an Iranian retaliatory attack on the US could evoke Article 5 and the obligation to support a fellow member of the military alliance.
Iran threatened to retaliate for U.S. strikes on its nuclear facilities. NATO allies are also expected to agree to a plan to increase defense spending targets. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
The prosecution is now expected to rest in its case tomorrow in the Sean Diddy Combs sex trafficking trial.
A special agent for Homeland Security investigations back on the stand today testifying about things found at Diddy's home, like explicit files. His testimony is expected to continue Tuesday. The jury was shown explicit videos of what appeared to be freak-offs and heard messages between Diddy and an escort agency. Meanwhile, the defense is expected to rest its case by Wednesday, setting the stage for closing arguments later this week. The judge says the trial could wrap before July 4th. Diddy has pleaded not guilty to sex trafficking and other charges, including racketeering conspiracy. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
Congressman Carlos Jimenez continues touring detention centers. Last week, he paid a visit to the Federal Detention Center in downtown Miami.
It's not the Ritz, but I can tell you that there's nothing going on in there that would be cause for alarm.
He says conditions are adequate. For 100 people, there are 6 toilets and 6 showers. ICE standards call for a ratio of 12-1 when it comes to toilets. The standard is 14-1 for detainees for showers. Alcohol consumption is being linked to an increased risk of pancreatic cancer.
A new study by the World Health Organization gathered research from nearly 2.5 million people across 4 continents and found a modest but significant link between alcohol and pancreatic cancer, regardless of sex or if the person smoked. The study shows that an extra 10 grams of alcohol consumed per day is associated with a 3% increase in the risk of pancreatic cancer. I'm Michael Kastner.
House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffrey says President Trump broke a promise he made to stay out of foreign wars. The New York Democrat criticized Trump's decision to launch an attack on Iran without first getting approval from Congress.
The use of military force, which is offensive in nature, must be approved by the House and the Senate.
Jeffrey says the move goes against the Constitution and added while Iran cannot be permitted to have a nuclear weapon, the Trump administration chose to intentionally ignore the aggressive diplomacy that was available. Jeffries also noted that a briefing with the Gang of 8 congressional leaders has not taken place. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from the New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, indeed. We are kicking off a brand new day. It's a Tuesday. First full week of summer officially off and rolling here as we turn the page on the calendar, 24th day of June. All right, good to have you with us. Carolina Monkey Gouger out there on the final run, headed toward the home 20. You know, Lauren mentioned a few minutes ago here, Gouger, that, hey, the guy even has a truck stop named after him. Yeah, you were actually one of the honorees, the very first round of Travel Centers of America Citizen Driver Award honorees. Of all the things, I mean, 50 years out there, and I know you're on the Wall of Fame there in Louisville, and you've got. What is some of the most memorable things you can throw out there over those 50 years on the road?
You know, Steve. I mean, there were so many things that happened during my trucking career. I mean, the TA down at Manning, South Carolina, being named after me was something that I thought you couldn't top that. Then I got on the Hall of Fame. And I mean, it was in a major motion picture,
Right.
You was a part of that because we called your show. I mean, it's a Cinderella story. I mean, the things that happened, the way it come about, but I reckon one of the most memorable events in my life outside of my child being born, and everything, and being married to Debbie. Them were two of the biggest things in my life. But was when I got my first real truck driving job with refrigerated transport out of Atlanta, Georgia. I feel like I had finally jumped the hurdle to being accepted by being physically challenged, and had a great career there. That was one thing that was I've been working for the largest refrigeration trucking outfit back at that time. That was pretty hard to, that was an accomplishment. And, I mean, we go on to being an ambassador for Mobile Oil. I mean, you go in a truck stop and there you are plastered all over the wall, meeting people. I mean, Steve, some of the things that me and Jim Stampmiller done, me and you done, Bubba Boats, Seg Dennison. I mean, the list could go on and on and on, but I mean, just when I didn't think that anything would, opportunity would present itself, it was there, and I'll tell anybody, anything that I ever wanted to do, I asked the good Lord to let me do it, and He provided a way for me to do it. And I mean, it's been a hell of a ride. I mean, I've enjoyed every minute of it. I mean, I've got to hang around with some of the biggest magnets in the trucking industry, the Fortune 500, the movie stars, not movie stars, but Deadliest Catch, Eric Hansen, Lisa Kelly. Matter of fact, we was with Darryl Ward right before he got killed up there in that airplane. But I mean, I reckon just to go to a truck show and people come up and talk to you and you're accepted. You're not looked at anymore or pointed at or stared at. You've been accepted.
Yeah.
And but I mean, Steve, there's been so many things that's happened in my 50 years of trucking. It's just, I reckon it's just hard to pinpoint everything. That it's just like a roller coaster.
Right. Well, Bull Hauler, would you like to interject there?
Yeah, I was saying right before the break there, Monkey Gouger's gonna go to what we call emeritus status, and that's the generally they give that to college professors, but he's a trucking professor, and it's having retired but allowed to retain their title as an honor. And all of those things that he talked about, being in movies, having a truck stop there, talking to the famous people, and just generally being the Carolina Monkey Gouger. So we're going to put him on emeritus status on the shout-out list there. And I don't know, Steve, if we're going to have a set a set one each night anymore. You know, just I don't think you could put, not that anybody out there's any less, but you know the fame and the adulation that goes with it. It's really hard to find somebody to have a regular shout out to. I mean, we're still gonna throw it out there to each individual now, but
sure.
I think we're gonna leave it out there, and we'll throw it out occasionally as an emeritus honor to Monkey Gouger, and then I'll plan on coming to the truck show next year. Maybe we'll make up some kind of a plaque or trophy we'll give him after all that time that he can take home as a acknowledgement of all the years he's been on the road, you know. And but I'm gonna tell you one thing before I get off here, Monkey Gouger. Let's not do like George Strait and them doing right off into the horizon, and then here 6 months later we see you back out here on the road truck. Of course, George don't come out every week though anymore either. He just comes out about once a month for about $500 a pop to sit up in the nosebleed seats, and he still gets some money. So you know, maybe you'll get incentivized enough to go haul a load for good money somewhere sometime. I'll get on there, Steve, and let other people get on there.
All right, good to hear from the two-time world champion bull hauler. Yeah, let me jump down to, there's another icon in the industry. Morning, Brother Rambler.
Well, praise God, Steve. I'm glad to be on the air with you. And ironically, today makes my 27th year in trucking. So I can't hold the candle to Monkey Gouger. He's got me beat by a country mile. But Jimmy Artis, it's a pleasure to talk to you and meet you. Man, you were by and large my father, Dirty Diaper's favorite caller. Man, he used to love whenever you called in. He'd be sitting up that night, couldn't sleep, dying of cancer. And you helped make his night and many a nights, my man, and I thank you for that. I thank you for that.
Well, Rambler, thank you for everything, and enjoyed listening to you at night. I mean, Dirty Diapers, I remember when he was out here, and, it's just great to talk to you tonight on the show. I mean, it's great to talk to you, and thank you for all your inspiration you talk about it, to talk about the Lord and everything else, and really enjoy.
Jimmy, it's not a problem, sir, and I've enjoyed you throughout the years. When I got into trucking, you and Hollywood were two of the first two that I ever heard called in Bozo Show, and Boss Hog and Gorilla and so many others used to call in, and man, y'all entertained me, kept me awake all throughout the night. Of course, there was some producer that seemed like he had to stick up his butt sometimes, but he finally loosened up after all these years and got to be pretty good friends with him too. And I plan on being over there. There's a lot of folks want me to come up there to the trucking show. I'm going to make plans to be there this time and save vacation time. So I'm going to try and be up there. Brother, I would love to be able to shake hands with you. And I was thinking, I remember seeing your picture going to the different truck stops and over there at the mobile Delaback section, seeing you over there. I never knew that was you, but it's kind of amazing. But it'd be nice if Kyle can make Monkey Gouger the representative for Hot Shot Secret. That would be awesome, man. Still get out there and travel, just not have to do all the driving. But I'll get on off here. I'll call in another time, and I appreciate it. We're going to tell people about Jesus Christ, and we're not going to stop doing that. And of course, we'll always be praying for you. I mean, you got them grandkids that's going to have an inspiration. I've got grandkids myself, and I love being around them, so they're looking forward to being around Papa. And I know you're looking forward to watching the Dabo Sweeney and Clemson play. Of course, I'll be roll here on my end. So praise God. Congratulations, brother. Happy retirement. Love to see you. Hopefully we'll be able to shake hands and meet one another. And Steve, I love you, brother, and Knuckle Buster. Let's keep praying for his family, and I'll call in some other time. Bye now. God bless you.
Good to hear from you there. There you go, Brother Rambler in the house. Let's see. I remember over the years, he did talk about old Dirty Diapers. I don't I don't know that I actually ever got an opportunity to talk to Dirty Diapers myself, but I guess according to Rambler, he was always listening in.
You know, Steve, from time to time he would call in. Over the years, I mean, there was a lot of them. You know, we were talking about producers a while ago. Who was the one that was always talking about the waterhead? Oh, Harold Sizemore.
Yeah, right.
Does anybody ever hear anything from him anymore?
I have not heard. I mean, we were Facebook friends, but I haven't heard or seen a post from him in a long time.
Right. Chip, no, we can't forget our favorite tater. Bradley Mays. You know, it just there were just so many of them that, you know, but that stood out. But Chip was the main man, you know. And boy, me and him used to have some conversations.
As far as producer longevity, Chip, I think, would have to fit in as probably the longest last. How many producers you think we've been through over the years, Gouger?
Oh man, Steve, I don't know. I mean,
it was like a revolving door. I mean, in many cases, though, working with me and the overnight crew was the starting point, and many of those previous producers have gone on to very, very successful broadcast careers elsewhere, you know?
Well, Steve, who was the young man that done that segment on your show on Fox TV that time? And then he went into Fox TV. You remember him?
That was Brandon Sejo. Brandon.
Yes.
Brandon,
right. But, I mean, Chip, I mean, if you want to know where somebody was at, if you needed somebody's phone number or you need to get a hold of somebody, you call Chip. Chip had a Rolodex, I reckon, up there. But, I mean, if you need to get a hold of somebody, you could call Chip. He'd give you the phone number. Or he'd say, hey, let me send him a text message and make sure it's okay for me to give his phone number out. He'd do it. I mean, you know, I mean, and look at the characters that we have met, you know, this Doc Holliday, Big Ed. I mean, it just, the list just goes on and on and on. And, you know, and we still hear from Big Ed. I don't know what happened to Doc Holliday.
I see he's still out there
missing in action.
He's out there cooking in the truck and whatnot. He does more cooking videos than anything else that I see anymore. But I mean, he needs to pick up the phone and dial us up, give us a live report.
Is he still smoking on the fuel island, you reckon?
I imagine so. Yeah. Well.
That nut. I would tell you something about old Doc. Old Doc was over there at the casino one night, right there in Memphis. West Memphis over there. He called me up and he said, "Hey, Market Gouger, how about you come over here? So I need you." I said, "Doc," I got a hard day tomorrow. Last thing I'm gonna do is come over there and watch you play cards and lose your ass. "Oh no, we got another problem over here." I said, "What's that?" He said, "Well, I was in there eating them atomic nuclear chicken wings and said I come out here, was crossing this stream that goes into this here casino, and said, let's just say my teeth is in the bottom over there. Some catfish is swimming right." I said, "You got a problem there, buddy."
I do remember that scenario, and my most memorable with Doc was how many years ago might it have been? We were at the truck show there in Louisville. Yeah, back when they still had the Executive East, I guess it was, because they had the East and the West, and we had adjoining rooms. Now, we didn't have connecting doors. We just happened to end up in the same hotel. And we get up there, I think it was maybe on Saturday morning. Yeah, Doc's out there smoking a cigarette on the balcony, and I can't remember. He got his ass locked out on the balcony. You know, whoever that chick he was with, I guess, had gone down to get breakfast or something. Next thing you know, here's somebody pounding on my balcony door. Doc Holliday standing out there in his underwear, had got locked out and was able to climb from his balcony over to my balcony saying, "Hey, Steve, let me in. I'm locked out."
He called me. We had just left the truck show. That was a Sunday morning. And he called me. He says, "Hey, get over here to the motel." I said, "For what?" He says, "I'm out here on the ledge talking to you." I said, "Well, call the front desk, dummy." I thought he was joking. I hung up on him.
That was real. Well, all I can say is I'm glad he had the presence of mind to have his underwear on rather than smoking naked on the balcony, because that would have been a sight.
yeah, that'd have been something. I'm here to tell you, But Steve, I tell you, Doc, Big Ed, some of the stuff we used to pull off on your radio show. Oh, great now. But that's going way back. That's going way back. See, when did you take over for the Bozo? 04?
2004. Yep.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. We've been together 21 years. And I tell you, we've seen some stuff in the career. I guarantee you. And but Steve, I tell you, I've made a lot of friends on this radio. And the thing that you could always find somebody that knew something about, whether it was a computer, a truck, or a trailer, or whatever. You just put the feeler out there, and somebody could tell you how to fix it or resolve it or do something. And then this is the best deal for at night trucking. It's like I tell people all the time. I said, man, if you get tired, listen to Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. I said, we can get you through the night, and the weather, everything that you do for us. And I'm not gonna lie to you, I'll miss it. And I'll call you time to time and let you know I'm catching fish and they commit suicide jumping in the boat.
Right, yeah. You've been telling fish tales for 30 years, Gouger. Well, here's somebody else that you might recognize. He's been around a long time. Hello, Donut Man.
Good morning, Steve. Good morning, Gouger. How are you doing, my friends?
Doing good, Donut Man. How you doing?
Oh, living the dream. I just do it the right way. I wake up screaming in the middle of it these days. So I guess I'm doing it the right way, right?
Well, what part of the world are you in tonight?
I'm going through Bowling Green, Kentucky right now, going down to meet my slip driver down here in Franklin, Kentucky, and then turn around and head back up to Wilmington, Ohio, and going home for the night and do it all again tomorrow. Yeah, I started a new run about 3 weeks ago. I'm not running up north anymore. I'm running down south, so I don't get to play in the lake effect snow like I have been for the last 6 years. So, but yeah, I'm gonna make you feel a little bit old, Gouger. My oldest grandson, just graduated high school this year. He's one of the ones you've met at the truck show a few times over the years. He's grown up now and graduated high school. The daughter's 21 now. She's going to be 22 in November. You watched her grow up.
Mm-hmm.
And the oldest granddaughter will be graduating next year, and then the year after that, her brother will be graduating high school. So,
I remember when your daughter was coming to the truck show in a stroller.
Right?
Yep.
Yep.
I think probably. Yeah, it's been a while. One thing we like to do, Gouger, since the truck next year is going to be your last truck show, the wife and I, and probably the daughter at least, like to take you and Debbie out to dinner down there at Louisville somewhere during one of the days.
We'll make that happen. We'll sure make that happen because you've been right there with us,
I started listening to Steve's dad back in '87. I stumbled across this radio show one night, and I heard all this good music, and I thought I was listening to something else, and I hear this, "You're listening to Interstate 700 with the truck and bozo." I'm like, who?
And that's back in the days.
The rest is
And that's the
kinda
days.
history.
You were actually making donuts in those days, though, right? You were at
Yep.
3 o'clock in the morning at the bakery cooking donuts.
Yep. That's how I started, because I got stumbling through. I was like, man, I'm tired of hearing the same songs like every 20 minutes. So I flipped over to the AM and heard some classic country. I said, well, that's what I'm looking for. I think that's the station I'm looking for. I thought it was something else, and it turned out it goes Interstate 700. I said, well, that's not the station I thought it was, but hell, he's playing good music. And then not as many drivers called in back in that days, but drivers would call in. I said, this is interesting, man. I started listening and been a part of my nights, and for, gosh, damn, I'm starting to make myself feel old now.
We ain't getting any younger.
Yeah, you got that right. Yeah, well, grandkids are growing up. The daughter, she's working now, and she's going to be 22 this year. It's like, I'm not old enough to have kids and grandkids yet, Now they're all graduating high school, and they always looked up. I remember when they were little kids, they always said, we go to the truck show, is Monkey Man going to be there? 'Cause I could never figure out Monkey God. They always called you Monkey Man.
Monkey Man.
They were always so tickled with you, man. It's been not just a highlight for me, but you're a highlight to them. You were somebody they looked up to and admired, and somebody that I've always looked up to and admires, and had a lot.
Is your head beginning to swell there, Gouger? We gotta pause there. We'll be right back.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says Israel and Iran have agreed to a ceasefire, later confirmed by Vice President J.D. Vance.
Well, we were actually working on that just as I left the White House to come over here, so that's good news that the president was able to get that across the finish line.
Vance says the U.S. has obliterated the Iranian nuclear program without dropping a single drop of American blood. Trump posted that this is the official end to the 12-day war. The NATO summit at The Hague in the Netherlands tomorrow will have a different agenda. NATO leaders will now discuss the U.S. and perhaps NATO's involvement in the peace process in Iran and Israel. President Trump is scheduled to travel to the Netherlands for that summit. Wall Street closed higher.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 374 points. The S&P 500 added 57 points. The Nasdaq rose 183 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
Medishare.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with Medishare and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were zero problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
What I keep telling people love Medishare, and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for Medishare. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
excessive black smoke,
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Sommers. It's the Overnight Drive.
All right, yes, indeed it is, as we try to help you make it through the night, right? I'm looking through some of the comments here. Let me throw a couple of these your way there, Gouger. Tapeworm checking in to say, I'm 42, been out here 18 years. I feel the exact same way as the Gouger. I used to love it. Now, there's no money. Yeah, the foreigners, the mega carriers, the government regulations, the e-logs. Terrible. All right, let me see. Gerald checks in. Happy garbage day, or Tuesday. Steve had some intense rain in my parts a couple hours back. Have to go down and scoop the rainwater out of the basement crawl space. Yeah, what a difference 72 hours makes. Well, better yet, what a difference 24 hours makes. Referencing, obviously, the Middle East. Yeah, he goes on to say, be well, Monkey Gouger. Enjoy your retirement at the Marina del Rey, a.k.a. the Carolina Swampland. Kim says, good morning, Steve, and happy retirement to the Monkey Gouger. Dennis says, how about we start a trucker's card collection? Maybe one day a trucker's card might be worth more than the least paid rookie in baseball. Yeah, that wouldn't be much, would it? Yeah, there you go. Who else we got? Buckeye Boy, Jimmy Artis, if I ever get close to the Marina del Rey, you're going to have to take me fishing so I can watch them fish jump in the boat committing suicide. It's been a pleasure listening to you all these years, and please don't be a stranger. Very good. Bill says, congratulations. Bill's the one that's starting his new job. 68 degrees, humid, rainy here in Beaver Dam, Wisconsin. They said, I started my pizza shuttling training sessions tonight. Have a great night. Be safe out there, drivers. So much like you, Bill had been out on the road for 40 years, and he's just now starting his new local job where he's going to be home every night at least, but he's still going to be driving, but I guess he's going to be delivering Red Barons or Tombstones or something out there. Welcome back, Gouger.
Steve, before we go any further, I want to thank everybody that's called here. But there's one person, if I don't mention his name tonight, me and you both ain't going to hear the end of it. The Pillsbury Doughboy. You know who I'm talking about?
The producer, the Doughboy, yes. No, you're talking about the Pillsbury. Yes, yeah, Bostrom Seating. What the hell's his name? Brunetti, Mike Brunetti.
Mike Brunetti, he sent me a message the other night, and you know Michael at National Seating Group, CBG.
Yes,
they have been a big part of this show, and he sent me a message. Hello, you hunky chunky monkey man, what you doing? You know, and that was that's something we had going on for years. But I want to give a shout out to Michael Brunetti because National Seating, I rode on top of their seat for many years on this 6.5 million mile trip. And
well, they actually, with your prosthetic, they actually customized a seat. How did that work? The settings or the little controls are normally on the left side or the right, whatever side they were on. They had to make a special seat for you, which they did, right?
Yes, sir. They sure did. They made two of them for me. They made. We went to the truck show, and there was an engineer there. He looked at it. He said, "We'll have it to you in about 3 weeks." Wore that out. Called Michael up again. I said, "Hey, man, that seat, I done wore it out." He said, "What we gonna do on this one?" I said, "Well, let's go with the same thing." He said, "Well, we got the plans." Those. I mean, that's just the kind of people those people are over there at National Seating. I mean, they'll do when they say they'll customize your seat, they will. And good. I got good service out their seats. They were good people, still good people. But I just want to give them a shout out real fast because I knew that if I didn't say something about him, his old head, he'd be dejected and he'd probably put me off the Christmas tree list or whatever. But Michael, I can't thank you enough for all you done for me over the years. I really appreciate you. But you know, Steve, there was a lot of vendors, Hot Shot Secrets, the company you're working for right there now. I mean, they done a lot for me. And I mean, when Chris first got going, and he'd come to the truck show or come in the studio and you tell him you was having a problem, and and the thing about it, the one thing that really, really just stood out about Chris Robertacek, Hot Shot Secrets, I was having injector problems, and he was on the show one night. I told him what it was doing. He said, "Jimmy," he said, "much as I'd like for you to run the product," he said, "this won't cure what you got. You got electrical issues, son." And I mean, just talking, and sure enough, I had a wiring harness going out on the injectors. Cincinnati Microwave. I said, "What? Kim, what was her name? Not Cincinnati, it was something else. That made the bird dog.
Beltronics, the STI driver. Beltronics. Yes. Yep.
Ron Gibbon and I mean, we could just go down the line here. Great people, I mean, they had a lot to play. Monkey Gouger. I mean, every time we was there, they had something new. You want to take and try this, But I mean, who else did we be leaving out of this mix?
Oh, man, going back after that many years, I mean, we could go all the way back to Delphi. Remember Delphi?
Oh, yeah, Delphi.
Got to go to the races with Seg, the compliments of Delphi one year. I don't think you didn't get to go to the races with us, did you?
No, I never did. I never did get to go to the races. But I remember one time Sig dinner. You know my favorite saying. I was just banging on them Jaffa crappers, and he was coming to work or going to work. I can't remember. He was in the studio, and I heard him tell Chip, says, "Thanks to Monkey Gouger, we ain't never gonna have a Toyota commercial."
That's about the truth, right?
Well, I did sell them Chevrolets for that guy over there. I can't think of the name of the Chevrolet place now, but we sure did sell them Chevrolets. So we sure didn't do nothing for them Jaffa crappers. But, I mean, you know, I'm just glad you gave me the opportunity to sit here tonight and talk to some of the guys.
Yeah.
And people call in and stuff.
Well, hang on a
boy,
second.
I'll tell you something.
Say hi to the Scrapyard in Arkansas. Morning, Scrapyard.
Yeah, morning, guys. By God, Monkey Gouger, how the hell you been doing, brother? I've been praying hard for you and the missus. And over here in Arkansas, glad to hear of your retirement. I hope you have plenty of fun, because you sure as heck deserve it, my brother. And I'll tell you what, that day you and I met down there at JJ's, I heard your voice and looked over. It's like, that's the man himself right there, hell. And we sat there and talked for hours, and I got a picture. I'll cherish that to the day I die, my friend. Hell, I'm fixing to get hitched, of all things. It took me all this time to finally meet a good one. But you're welcome. You and the missus welcome to put your feet under our dinner table at any time.
Scrapyard, I remember that day, and we met down there and took the picture, and I can't thank you enough for calling in tonight, and you know, just it brings back old memories. I mean, I tell you, I don't care how much you try not to do it. You get to thinking about all the people you met. It's like I was telling Steve tonight earlier. You know, we're a family here. You know, we're a big family.
Exactly.
And we might pick on one another and give one another hell, but don't let no outsider come in and pick on us, because we will get defensive as hell about it. But, I mean, it's just, it's a camaraderie. And when Steve got taken off the radio, man, I felt like my world had come to the end. And you know, when Chris got the chance, you know, told him we was going to be back, I wrote this, I just got a Christmas present. Our hero is coming back. Our faithful leader is coming back to radio. And, you know, it was awesome. And how long we been going now over here, Steve? 3 years? 4 years?
No, we started in 2021, January of 21. We're rolling through our this is kind of like our 5th year in, believe it or not.
Yeah.
We're about 4.5 years in. Once we get to the end of the year, it'll be 5 years full. Yeah.
Yeah. And shout out to Knuckle Buster and Miss Tennessee. Y'all are in my prayers and all that. Much love and respect. And been praying for you every single day and all that. You ain't left our hearts. So but yeah, it's like, you know, they say it's a real big family. Like when my mother nearly passed away, she had that massive heart attack. And then my sister died this year. The outpouring of support from all y'all out there, I just want to say thank you. Mercy, because people really pulled together and all. I had people searching me out on Facebook and Messenger and all that, offering thoughts and prayers from off of the channel. And so I just want to say thank you to all of you. You're my brothers and my sisters and all that, and I appreciate every one of you.
Well, Scrapyard, we appreciate you being a caller, but there was something I wanted to bring up while you were on here. You talking about my voice. We was up at Louisville Truck Show one year, and Steve, I think, knows what I'm fit to talk about. People of Turbo 3000 was there. And Steve and the owner of Turbo, they had been in the the skull busters real heavy that night. They couldn't work. You could see it, but they was feeling bad. You know, the fella from what was his name? Steve?
Andy Matouche. Andy
Matouche. And he says, Steve, I want to meet that monkey gouger. He says, well, he's standing right there behind you. You go, hell no, that ain't the monkey gouger. And Steve said, yes, it is. He said, nah, he's too white to be the monkey gouger.
Oh, mercy. That's speaking of truck stops, Steve, did you tell Monkey about that idea of mine about his truck?
No, I did not. No, Scrapyard, go ahead and tell him about it. The truck's been sold.
That travel center that's named after you, Monkey, that you ought to sell them your truck and have them put it up as a shrine and cordon it off, and several times a year people to be able to go in there and sit in the truck and have their picture taken and make some little extra scratch on the side and all that as a tourist attraction and as a shrine to all that you've done out here. That's
Scrapyard, I thank you. There's one other thing I want to tell you. See, the name of that truck stop was Deja Vu for me. My name was already on that truck stop. Just nobody could see it. And what happened is my uncle lived there at the 119 mile marker, and the land where I used to go and climb the fence and go over there and sit on that hill, he owned. And I'd go out there and make them truckers, I reckon I was 12, 13, blow them horns coming up there. Well, my uncle was in the concrete business, right? And he got the job to pour the foundation for that truck stop. And so we was out there, and I don't know if anybody knows a lot about pouring concrete or whatever, but once you start dumping, once them trucks back up there and start dumping, it's on like Donkey Kong. Well, about that time, this thunderstorm rolled up off the lake down there, and everybody knows how them Santee Cooper thunderstorms could be. And so they started rolling tarps and everything and trying to get everything. They put us all the nephews and everybody up under these tarps trying to use us. They were using us for weights. And I'm up under that thing, and I found me a nail, and I wrote my name. I wrote my name in that truck stop on the foundation, right? Well, next morning, I got my butt warmed up for it because they was putting a marble finish on that on that floor because that was going to be the restaurant, right? And there it is, Jimmy Artis, 1971. Oh, Lord, boy, that was bad. Well, after Hugo come through, the owner of that thing was named Jerry Bradshaw. And boy, that man helped a bunch of truck drivers over the years. Whoo, did he ever. I said, Mr. J, I got my name on your truck stop. He said, Jimmy, what kind of BS you pushing tonight? I said, come here, I'll show you. And there used to be, anybody used to go on that truck stop, there used to be a big fish aquarium. And that guy had everything in there. Fish, deer heads. It was called Jerry's Menagerie Restaurant. We pulled that carpet back, and he said, well, I'll be damned. And that was my name. So when they rededicated or dedicated it, I got it up there where everybody could see it now, but that was a deja vu moment for me, and it's proud was something else.
Yeah, well, you wouldn't recognize JJ's no more on the inside. They done changed it up, put a bunch of frou-frou paintings up. The old jukebox is gone. They sold out, and all that sold some of them foreigners. And they got an electronic jukebox, it's about the size of a cracker box hung up on the wall. And they got rid of that old Thunderbird jukebox, and it's pretty much gone to the dogs. They don't even stay open 24 hours a day except for Saturday and Sunday night.
Wow.
Or Friday and Saturday night.
Well,
they
let me tell you something.
Everybody to park.
That's another reason that I'm glad I'm getting out of it. The other night, and I knew it, and I got up and I was hungry, and went in to get breakfast, and they didn't have a roller dog, nothing that you could eat except junk, you know, and that ain't good for you. And these truck stops, they've got to do better. They've got to do better. But anyway, that's. I think I can remember you could go to truck stop, eat breakfast 24 hours a day.
Right.
If that's what you wanted.
They had sit-down restaurants. Well, speaking of food restaurants, I mean, I don't know. Is there a donut shop open 24 hours a day anymore? Do you know?
Attention all callers, departments, all county broadcasts. Be advised that the two-time world champion manure hauler, after over 50 years of trucking on these United States highways, I don't know how many millions of miles, and without a crash, I know he's had a ticket, but with no crashes, the two-time world championship manure hauler is 2-7 for the remainder.
What up, buddy? Happy? How the hell are you, buddy?
Hey, I got news for you. You remember that pardon that Steve Sommers signed for you because you didn't pay that fine?
Yeah.
You remember that? Well, guess what? A little research was done. Come to find out, that was signed by an Octo pen.
Uh-oh. It is null and void.
I think Steve Sommers is owed $200.
Oh,
man.
I was coming through Tennessee one afternoon minding my own business, and I passed this cop in the middle, and I had monkey gouger up on that roof up there, you know, the monkey gouger, and I went by that cop, and he turned them blue eyes. What the hell does he want me for? And I pulled over, walked back there, and he said, let me tell you something, them old boys up there in Ohio, man, I can stop your ass, but I can't. And he started laughing.
Well, I can tell the listeners this, that I had the pleasure of putting a coupon in Monkey Gouger's pocket, which means
sure
a ticket here and means a ticket here in Ohio. And I also had the pleasure of drinking a Skull Buster with Jimmy.
Yes, we did.
Jimmy, I'll tell you what, brother. You cannot not call in, brother. You made this show what it is, along with Steve, obviously. But man, what this show would be without the Monkey Gouger. Like the other caller said, man, I was working one night. I don't know how many years ago that was, Gouger, but you were up in the studio, and it was Riding the Wave with Dave was on. It was a weekend, I think. Anyway, I found out you were in the studio, and I'm like, man, I got to go meet the Gouger. And that's how we ended up meeting. And but, man, listen, dude, you've got to call in at least once a week, once a month. Keep us all informed of how this retirement's going. Keep track on how many of them fish are jumping in them boat committing suicide, and how many skull busters that you have been pouring down your throat.
Right.
You remember that night we was up there, and you come up there, and them fools were driving up in the car, want me to sign the sun visor or sign the upholstery and all that stuff. and old Dave was going crazy. He was going like, what the hell has these people been drinking? And you told us that, hey, the Monkey Gouger's in town. I went back down to Louisville that day, and me and Steve, you know, we walked right off the radio show, had a couple hours, and we ended up. I said, "Hey, Steve," I said, "I tore your radio show up last night." He said, "Oh yeah, what'd you do?" I said, "Well, we had a police escort. He come back up there and escorted us out." And my buddy was freaking out that night. He said, "You got a ticket for parking in a handicap place and you got a handicap sticker? What kind of friends you got?" I said, "He eats too many donuts. He's kind of sugared up."
Steve, you
should have still got that ticket.
You should have seen his face, Steve, when I pulled around, right? Gouger's getting in his truck to leave, and I'm pulling out to leave. And I roll my window down, and I said, "Hey, Gouger, I left something on the windshield for you." He was like, "Hell no."
I still got that ticket.
I think I wrote on it, age unknown or old, sex unknown. Fine payable to Mr. Steve Sommers.
And that's why he had to ultimately get a pardon? Is that what that was?
Yeah, as like the other caller said, Jimmy was nice enough to give me an 8x10 photo of him standing in front of that Peterbilt, right? So I told
the irony that he had 8x10s with him, right? It's hold the thought. We gotta get a news break here. Having fun on I guess we'll call it a casual Tuesday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Iran is incapable of building a nuclear weapon.
President Trump says Israel and Iran have agreed to a ceasefire, later confirmed by Vice President J.D. Vance.
Well, we were actually working on that just as I left the White House to come over here, so that's good news that the president was able to get that across the finish line.
Vance added the U.S. has obliterated the Iranian nuclear program without losing a single American life. The Pentagon says the U.S. bombing of Iran, nicknamed Operation Midnight Hammer, was an incredible and overwhelming success.
Sunday morning, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth called President Trump's decision to strike Iran as bold and brilliant. The U.S. hit 3 Iranian nuclear facilities, including the fortified Fordow operation. Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Kane, said the plan was top secret and very few people in Washington knew of it. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
China is speaking out against the U.S. military action in Iran, which President Trump confirmed on Saturday, saying 3 of Iran's nuclear facilities had been destroyed.
China's UN ambassador Fu Kong, according to the state broadcaster CCTV, said that the credibility of the US had been damaged as a country and as a participant in any international negotiations. Beijing, in a statement on Sunday, said that Washington's actions have exacerbated tensions in the Middle East, and it is calling for a ceasefire to be reached as soon as possible. possible. Meanwhile, U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, in comments to Fox News, said he was urging China to encourage Iran not to shut the Strait of Hormuz. It is an important global route for crude oil, which China depends on heavily for its supplies. Rebecca Bunden, Hong Kong.
Wall Street closed higher today.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 374 points. The S&P 500 added 57 points. The Nasdaq rose 183 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
Researchers in Seattle have found a possible link between a gene mutation and sudden infant death syndrome.
The Aaron Matthew SIDS Research Guild includes researchers from Seattle Children's Research Institute and data scientists from Microsoft. They examined genes from 144 children who died sudden unexplained deaths. The gene variant was also found in people who suffered sudden deaths for other reasons, including cardiac arrest. The gene variant does not mean a child will die from SIDS, only that they might be prone to a sudden death. I'm Brad Ford.
There's a growing battle in Texas over what is sold in smoke shops. Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick blasted Governor Greg Abbott for vetoing his bill that banned all products containing THC.
One can only come to this conclusion. The governor of the state of Texas wants to legalize recreational marijuana.
The governor's veto was one of about 24 that were announced. He wrote that a ban on THC would drive the state into a legal battle that it could not win. Lawmakers will now be tasked with regulating what becomes a billion-dollar industry in a special session that begins in about a month. FedEx founder Fred Smith is dead at the age of 80.
Smith helped create the overnight delivery industry, which revolutionized the way business and consumers receive goods and packages. He founded the company as Federal Express in 1971 and began operations in Memphis 2 years later. The Mississippi native served 4 years in the U.S. Marines and returned home from Vietnam to start his company, which grew into a $90 billion global shipping giant. I'm Mark Mayfield.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Now, don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
From time zone to time zone, rolling into a brand new day. 24th day of June. Yes, Taco Tuesday. There, we'll get back. A couple of others chiming in. Hello to John, who says all the best to Jimmy Gouger. We'll miss you out here, but I don't blame you for calling it a day. Godspeed to you and yours. There's Gary. Enjoy your retirement, Monkey Gouger. Here's old 5-7, who technically he's retired. He said, the good old days, standing in a blizzard on a payphone, on hold, with a sub-zero wind chill. By the time the bozo pulled you up, your teeth were chattering. Happy retirement to the Gouger. It's 11 months for me. There's Tank, who also says, happy retirement, Gouger. I thought I'd run into you somewhere across I-40 one of these days before you retired, but I'm glad you've reached your milestone. Me and Mama looking forward to it in a couple of years ourselves. All right, so we left off there. Gouger and Pappy reminiscing. Welcome back, gentlemen.
Thanks, Steve.
Hey, Steve, did you notice a while ago that Pappy said he got to drink a beer with me?
Yeah, that's what he said. No, as a skull buster.
Well, let me tell you what them lushes done to me. A certain radio personality called me on the telephone and said, hey, I need you to go do something. I ain't calling no names, but said, I need you to go do something for me over there. And said, I need it done today. I said, okay, boys, I got to run and do something for the king. And I said, I'll be back directly. Now, when I left the back of that pickup, of course, we'd been going out there all after. Every time a gang would show up, we'd slip out that back door and have a skull buster. And they were skull busters, more blats. Woo!
Yeah.
Anyway, I went over there to do your project, and on the way, you know, I must have passed 30 people that stopped and talked, everything. So when I got back over there, the cooler was in the back of on the back of the pickup, getting ready to pour the ice out of it. There was one beer left in the cooler. My buddies was nice enough to save me a beer. A beer.
That was at the truck show, what, like 2-3 years ago? Whatever.
Yeah.
But, real quick, Steve, I don't know if you remember all this, but so I saw this truck parked in this handicap zone, and I asked Bradley was working, God rest his soul. I said, hey, is that Gouger's truck? He said, it sure is. I mean, he's parked in the handicap zone. So I put a coupon on his car, and I called you a couple weeks later. I said, hey, did Gouger pay you that money, Steve, for that ticket? He said, no, he sure hasn't. So I took that 8x10 photo, and I copied it, and I made a warrant out for his arrest, and posted it on his Facebook page. $500 reward for the Carolina Monkey Gouger. I think it said something like, no, visit the great state of Texas. He is considered armed and dangerous.
Armed.
Yeah.
That went on for what, about a year or two, and we finally gave him
man.
But
we had a lot of fun out of that thing. We had a lot of fun. Debbie called me when that thing hit Facebook. She says, what have you done? I said, what do you mean what I done? What I didn't do? She said, you better open your Facebook up. You got some explaining to do, and I opened that thing up. I said, that damn Pappy, I'm going to get it.
Oh, man. Well, listen, Gouger, I'm going to get off here, let some other people get in, because I'm sure there's a lot of old-timers that have been listening a lot longer than I have that would like to talk to you, so I don't want to tie up the whole lot of time here. But, man, Gouger, enjoy retirement. God love you, brother. Enjoy them grandkids. thanks for everything you've done with this show. And I'm telling you, dude, do not be a stranger. I don't want to have to call you and say, man, what the heck are you doing? We ain't heard from you in 2 months. Roger that?
I'm gonna give you a fishing report for the swamp every week. How about that? One time a week, I'll call and tell you the fish is biting, jumping in the boat, commit suicide. It's happening. We love you, brother. Thank you for all you do for us, and be safe out there tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pappy. Yeah, he's on the job. He's on duty. He's out there, and young Steven and Stryker are out there. They don't get to cross paths because they work in different jurisdictions, but yeah, both on the job, serving and protecting. What do you say, Plowboy?
Oh, good morning, good morning. Good morning, Jimmy Gouger.
Good morning.
I want to say congratulations, brother. You've earned this one. I'm going to tell you, there's two sides of this truck show that you've been involved with many a year. Not only did Steve and you keep many a driver awake, Gouger, you kept a young lady some nights from going to bed. Probably more than one. Because Miss Becky Gouger would stay up until you came on with your shenanigans. And I mean, she would laugh and carry on. I mean, yeah. And yeah, I can't tell you how many laughs you brought to her. It's just something she always waited up for. Just I'll let you know that, sir.
Hey, appreciate that, Plowboy. Good talking to you. You getting up there about retirement age too, ain't you?
Sir, I've retired. I'm doing like you do. I'm not working at waste management. I'm working up here at the damn big oval.
All right.
All I do is move trailers in from the doors and out to the yard. That's all I do. 70 hours a week times. But, yeah, we want to hear from you because I know Pappy will put a warrant out for you. And he'll get JJ to extradite you. That could be a bad omen, my friend. You two were talking about the different sponsors throughout the year. Steve, I've got to ask you a hard question. I hope it's not
okay.
Hard to answer.
Yeah.
Whatever happened to Mr. Jerry and the Queen of Biloxi?
They sold their business to I think it was a relative of Jerry's who is still running the business. They moved to the Carolinas. They're actually running a restaurant. Yeah, they're on the coast. I can't remember what town, but they're over there in running a restaurant in the Carolinas.
Wow.
Yep.
Wow. No, I had to ask. I didn't want to infringe on the contract, but it's just y'all were talking about the other ones, and it just kind of scratched my head.
Oh, like, Jerry and Colleen. Yeah, Gouger has some memories with those guys.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. The pretty redhead.
Yeah.
You nailed it. But Gouger, Steve was just talking about Doc Holliday. We need to refresh him about some crap that happened in Louisville. Steve might have forgot about this one. I don't remember the studio numbers down there, but I remember when some radio host stepped outside to have a cigarette while down there at Louisville, and the damn door locked behind him.
Yeah.
Remember that show?
Yeah, I remember.
But
that's back in the day when we would actually, they made me work nights to do the show live down there. I mean, we did it live in Louisville. We did it live there in how many years did we go live there in Dallas, Texas, at the iHeart facilities? I think it was it WHAS? I think was the Louisville affiliate where we'd go into the studio there. Yeah, there was, everything was automated. They had a guard like in the front, but the guard didn't have any keys to anything. So I mean, I'm panicking. I can hear it. I think Chip was producing that night. I could hear him on the intercom saying, "Steve, you're back. Steve, you're back." And he's playing music, and I can't get in the damn studio.
Well, Steve, one time, you could go coast to coast and listen to you anywhere in the United States. How many stations was y'all on? I know you had a heavy presence out there on the West Coast.
Yes. Yeah. I can't remember. We were on a number of the big 50,000 watt blowtorch overnight. The Clear Channel affiliates. You had K2 there in Wyoming. We were on WHO in Des Moines. Of course, up there in the Northeast, what was the Rochester? Was it WHAM? I can't recall, but yeah, Shreveport, Louisiana, and a number of others in between. WWVA there in Wheeling, West Virginia. Yeah, we're going back in time, Gouger.
Right. That's how long we've all been together. Plowboy was in there when that was going on. Because I remember the first time that I was running down south a lot. It was hard to pick you up down there. It was hazy. Mm-hmm. And I had went up to, I was in Casper, Wyoming, coming through there. Y'all was on that station. That's when y'all was making the announcement you was going to take over the show. And I said, boy, ain't that something? And then I reckon the very first night I called you and went to talking to you, and we just went right on. Went to Washington up there. You went to Washington to the Mexican truck deal. You've been right there with us. Another one that we had thanked enough was OIDA through the years, and they was a big sponsor.
Yes. And we're working on them. They're about tight as a, they got their. I don't know. When we were in Louisville this last show, I think there's been a bit of a change in the leadership. The guy that held the purse strings is no longer there. Louis was telling me, and he said so. Yeah, I think Ryan has been in contact with Louis here in the last several weeks, and we're working on getting something done with them.
It just tonight. My brain is racing when we got to talking and cared over about things that had happened over the years. And if people knew half of the shenanigans that went on behind the scenes or after a truck show when we all ganged up and got them skull busters and stuff.
Right.
It was a mess.
Well, say hello to Philip in Florida there, Gouger. Philip, good morning.
Morning. How y'all doing? Congratulations, Gouger. How you doing?
Philip, thank you so much, man. It's good to talk to you. How you doing tonight?
I'm doing good, buddy. How you doing? I'm rolling down I-4 here. I'm just about just past Sanford, getting close to Lake Mary. So,
I know exactly where you at. Doing good. We roll across I-20 right now at a high rate of fuel consumption.
Hey, Steve, I gotta thank Gouger for something. There's something he said over the years on your show, and I'm kind of blessed because I have one. I'm actually in it right now. I got to thank Monkey Gouger for my car's name. It's called a Japa Crappa. So I got to thank him for that because, my little Honda here, I'm pretty proud of her. She 382,000 miles on her. And, out of all the guys I've talked to on the show, I've talked to a lot of them, and I know a lot of them on a personal level. And this guy here is the most genuine out of all of them. There ain't no fuss, no muss. I appreciate you being genuine, bud. There's not too many people, sure, we shoot the crap all the time on here and that kind of stuff. But somebody that's genuine. It's hard to find people like that. You know what I mean, Steve?
Oh yeah, yeah.
And that dude right there, he is genuine. You know, I don't know if you remember it, Gouger. Remember when I called you right after you were sick, and you know, because I hadn't heard from you in a while, and I'm like, "You okay, buddy? You okay?" And then he went in and told me why he was, you know, what was going on. You know, it was no jerking around about nothing. You know, and that's the stuff I appreciate from people. And you know, and Steve, there's a story I forgot. I've been meaning to tell you this for many years, and I never got around to it. But I used to drive an old Astro, and when I worked for Sigma Network out of Ohio, and I used to run up the Kokomo area, and that's when I listened to your dad mainly. That's when I got more into the show. But do you remember WGN in Chicago?
Certainly.
They're still around.
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember they had a trucking show? It was called the America's Trucking Show. Do you remember that?
I don't recall, no.
Okay, so in those days when I worked at Sigma, I worked with a gentleman who lived in Portage, Indiana. His name was Muggsy. That's what we called him.
Yeah.
And his wife was the DJ for the America's Trucking Show at WGN. And he said, "Hey, you need to listen to my wife." I said, "Well, dude, I listen to your wife, but there's this other guy that I listen to out of Ohio. His name is Bozo." And he said, "Man, you mean you listen to him?" I said, "Dude, I've been listening to him since, well, I'd listen to him. I listened to your dad before I got on the road. When I was learning how to drive a truck at national training in Jacksonville, Florida, well, Port Orange, Florida." And I told him, I said, "Dude, I'm dedicated to this dude, and I'm dedicated to the show." That's why I call in as much as I do, Steve, because, you know, loyalty goes a long way with me.
Yeah.
You know, just like Monkey Gouger there, loyalty goes a long way with a lot of folks. And, but I talked to his wife several times privately, and I listened to her show here and there over the years, and I think she eventually got out of the radio scene after, you know, I left Sigma. But, you know, there's a lot of people that are loyal to this show. You know, it carries us through the night. You know, I remember coming home many times from Disney. I mean, think about it. Hey, Gouger, think about it. I've been at Disney now 15 years, man.
Wow.
15 years I've been there. You know, and I listened to Steve on 700 on the way home when I was on night shift. I worked night shift for 7 years. I've been on day shift now for 8. That's where most of y'all know me, Philip from Florida. But that's how it, you know, is. And Monkey Gouger, how did you get that name, Monkey Gouger? Nobody, I don't know if anybody's asked you that or not, but how did you get that
As a
name?
matter of fact, I got an email from Brother Rambler here just a few minutes ago saying, "Can you ask Jimmy?" I know you've shared it before, Gouger, but he said, "How did you get the handle Monkey Gouger?"
That name was given to me by two gentlemen that worked on my granddaddy's farm. When I was little and got out the hospital from losing my arm, I mean, I was just so happy to get out and enjoy life again. You know, I've been cooped up and in the hospital, and so I was climbing on everything, trees, combiners, cotton field. I get hung up. And Granny said, "Go get that boy, go get him. And come here, you little monkey, come here." You know, and so anyway, I got the monkey. Well, we was cutting wheat, and that's long about the time them Motorola radios come out, and they was about as reliable as some of this stuff we got now. And my cousin was calling me, telling me that the combine had a misfire in it, and bring the spark plug wrench and see if we couldn't find out what was going on. Well, all I got was fire. So I jumped in the pickup, and I'm going around the house, and there's Moot and Mo there, and I pick them up, right? And boy, I left that yard. I had that Chevrolet smoking, boy, and they was in the floorboard praying for their life, and they was going, oh Lord, save us from this monkey gouger, man. He gonna kill us. And that's how the monkey gouger evolved. And then when I got over there and found out he was saying misfire, I wanted to whip him. But they never would ride in the pickup with me again. I never did understand that. But that's how the monkey gouger come to life. I mean, it's just something that stuck. Everybody called me that. But that's how it is.
Well, I appreciate you, bud. And I got your number. And I got your number, and you got my number. And if you need to call me, you can call me anytime you need me there, Jimmy. And I call him Jimmy because on a personal level, see, a lot of guys, if y'all noticed, I haven't never had a handle, Steve.
Yes.
I've never had a handle on this show.
Yep.
And reason being is I had a handle back a long time ago. I'm not going to mention it, but I just like, you know what? I just want to be me. And that's pretty much how I work. I mean, if anybody wants to see me in Disney, I wear a name tag, says Philip on it. So, and if you're ever down around the Contemporary Hotel or today I'll be at the Grand Floridian or the Polynesian, come by and stop by and see me. I'll be there. I know I've had guys look me up. And I appreciate you, Jimmy. You have a good day, buddy, and hang in there and keep calling us. Thank you, man.
There you go. All right, Philip in
Florida. Thank you, Philip. Appreciate you, too.
Been driving the train for 15 years now. All right. All right, Gouger, we'll come back if you got time for maybe a couple more here, and I know we'll be about, with the halfway point. You've got me halfway through the night already.
Oh, yes, sir. We'll take whatever you want to get rid of it, get rid of it.
Okay.
Right.
We got the news break coming up here. And yes, Pat Pappy, you are correct. He said, make sure you give the two-time world champion a manure hauler, a.k.a. the Carolina Monkey Gouger, the Big Cookie. Yes, indeed, the Big Cookie. Hey, I'm enjoying it. Strolling down memory lane, right? All right, back after this.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Iran is incapable of building a nuclear weapon with the equipment they have because we destroyed it.
President Trump says Israel and Iran have agreed to a ceasefire, later confirmed by Vice President J.D. Vance.
Well, we were actually working on that just as I left the White House to come over here, so that's good news that the president was able to get that across the finish line.
Vance added the U.S. has obliterated the Iranian nuclear program without losing a single American life. The Pentagon says the U.S. bombing of Iran, nicknamed Operation Midnight Hammer, was an incredible and overwhelming success.
Sunday morning, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth called President Trump's decision to strike Iran as bold and brilliant. The U.S. hit 3 Iranian nuclear facilities, including the fortified Fordow operation. Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Kane, said the plan was top secret and very few people in Washington knew of it. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining MetaShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MetaShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. You can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, back at it here. Got an email from the one and only Santa Claus, who says, top of the morning, Steve and Jimmy. It's a humid 78 degrees here in Toronto, Canada. I hope Jimmy enjoys his retirement. If he ever gets out to Sacramento, California, be sure to look me up. We are friends on Facebook. Pantyhose Junction truck stop is no longer in business, but I'm sure we can find somewhere to meet up. There you go, from Santa Claus. Hey, Jan, let me see here. I'm going to... C&I Dog's been hanging in there. Let me get Jimmy back up here first. And I want you kind of... see if you can refresh your memory there, Gouger. I got a story I want you to tell once we get through a couple of these calls here about one salesman a number of years ago. Yeah, something had to do with a red dress and paying for services before services were rendered. That might ring a bell with you. First, I want to get to the C&I Dog. Morning, Dog.
Good morning. Hey, Jimmy, when you weren't around, I'd ask Steve, where's the monkey gouger at? And he's like, I'm not too sure, but hopefully we can find him soon. Yeah, I really like your stories because some people call in and talk real short, but you would really fill us in with a lot of information. And I don't take offense to this, but I do like the creative content of your conversation, like a hurricane. You would call it a hurricanator, which absolutely made me laugh my rear off. As far as that WGN goes, back in the day, you could call in on your CB radio and be able to be broadcast onto the radio back in the day. But stories about the parking lots over at the truck show, and I honestly believe that the Monkey Gouger is going to become part of the Hall of Fame of people of the past, like Dusty Chrome and Long Ranger, Lone Star, Burnt Beans, Half Pint, Yoda. I call that the Hall of Fame of the trucking radio show, which is Steve Sommers' Overnight Drive. You still with me?
Yeah, I'm here. Boy, I tell you, we spent a lot of truck shows over in that Papa John's. We was either freezing our butt off or burning up over there. I mean, it's tonight I've laughed more tonight than I have in probably 6 months. This really, really, really done me a lot of good tonight. Getting to laugh and talk to my friends and talk about old times and stuff, and it's just I mean, I've thought about stuff that over the years that went on with Steve's show, whether we was at a truck show or wherever we was at, and I mean, some of the things that Steve has advertised, such as big ass hamburgers. You remember them, Steve?
Oh yeah, big ass. That's right.
Yeah, I got in trouble over that. Grandson couldn't talk very clear, and he wanted to go to McDonald's. There was a line a mile long, and I said, I don't want to go in that damn McDonald's, stand up there on no line. I said, come on. We went to the truck stop. I warned him up a big-ass hamburger, and he went home and told his granddad, said, Granddaddy fed me a big-ass hamburger. And she said, what'd you say?
Well, that's what they were called. Big ass sandwiches.
Big ass.
Yeah, there was one morning back, when Jim Scott used to follow me in the mornings for a number of years after my dad retired. And when we first started advertising those, he came in one morning and he was like, why are you calling them big ass sandwiches? You're allowed to say ass on the air. I said, but they're not called big ass sandwiches. They're big as, A-Z-Z. He thought we were trying to be politically correct and not say the ass word on the air. Here's a guy you met a couple of years ago there in Louisville. Morning, Gilligan.
Hey, good morning, Steve. Good morning there, Bucky Gouger. Good to speak to you again.
Good morning there, Gilligan. I still got your ruler at the house.
Is that how you measure your fish from this day forward?
Yeah, that's how I measure my fish from that day forward.
Steve, I don't know whether he showed you the ruler I gave him.
He did indeed. Yeah.
Yeah. 1 foot equals 2 foot, 2 foot equals 4 foot, and 3 foot equals 6 foot. Genuine GMA and BS Enterprises fishly measurer. So, yeah, there you go. Jimmy, it's been a pleasure meeting you. I would definitely make the truck show next year. I didn't make it this year because my wife had an accident, fell and broke her arm, so we couldn't make it. But we're definitely going to have to make it next year to see you again. I tell you, I still say I got that picture of me and Donut Man. I think we got our handles backwards. He's skinny as can be, and I weigh about 300 pounds. He looks more like Gilligan than I do. Yeah, I tell you, I mean, I've only been here about half as long as you have. I'm coming in on 26 years. And I've got about half the miles you have, and I don't see me lasting more than 10 years, unfortunately. But then again, I started late. I mean, I was 32 years old when I started driving, so you definitely got an earlier start than what I did. Now, I grew up. I didn't know my dad growing up, but I knew he was a truck driver, and I've said this before on the air. I remember my dad said when I graduated high school in 1985, he said, "Chris, I don't care what you do as long as you don't become a truck driver." At the time, in 1985, he was driving a 72 cab over white. That truck wasn't much account when they drove it off the lot brand new in 72. If I'm not mistaken, it had a there in 318 Detroit in it. You know, it just, yeah.
That's one of them Japanese Freightliners. That's what they call them, Japanese Freightliners.
I got a question. How many different makes of truck did White end up on before it was over with? I've seen white Freightliners. I've seen white GMCs, of course. There was later Volvos. One time I even seen white on an old Western Star, and I'm just wondering if somebody didn't put the white emblem on that thing. It had nothing to do with Western Star. Do you know anything about that, or whether that was an actual legit truck?
Well, see, when White Motor Company was, the woman that owned White Motor Company lived about 12 miles from me. And when they come out with the white auto car, that was supposed to be the answer to the Peterbilt and the KWs.
Okay.
And somewhere along the line, they all got tangled up over there, and that Freightliner conglomeration did. But, you know, back in the day, man, if you had an auto car, buddy, you had a Cadillac. I'm talking about back in the 60s and stuff. Them auto cars, the Diamond T, the Diamond Rio, you know, them was Cadillacs back in them days. But that's how that come about, and somebody's gonna probably call me wrong on that, but that's pretty much what I can remember about it. But I remember when they come out with it, you know, White come out with that fancy auto car, that boy, that was something. But I was watching, I watch a lot of Tubi television, Will and Sonny, and I see there was a guy on there, and believe it or not, Tyrone Malone. I took lessons from him on how to be a damn showboat, because I don't know how many of you remember. Tyrone Malone was the first man to ever drive a Peterbilt truck 150 miles an hour on Baghdad recounts. And Tyrone had it going on. Yeah, Tyrone had it going on. He hauled a whale all over the United States, sold tickets to go look at it. The thing got to stinking so bad they finally had to get rid of it. But old Tyrone, he was on there. We was watching it the other night, and I told Debbie, I said, I know that guy right there. Yeah, you know everybody. Well, who else? I said, that's Tyrone Malone. And she started laughing like, Tyrone Malone. I said, oh, yeah, baby. I said, that was my hero back in the day, you know. but you know, talking about memory lane, old Tyrone. First time I ever met him, he come into the truck stop down there at Jackson, Georgia, back when it was still a 76. I mean, that's how far we going back. And he was putting on a show. And I didn't know who he was to start off with, but I listened to him. And I said, this guy must be somebody important. So I walked over there, and I said, hey, Mr. Man, I said, I don't know nothing about you, but you must be important from all these people you got gathered up around you. I want a picture with you. He said, but better than that, he said, I'll give you a calendar with my name on it. And he signed it, took a picture, gave me the calendar, Tyrone Malone.
speaking of auto cars, my first ride in a truck, I must have been about 7 years old. My uncle gave me a ride, and him and his brother, my other uncles, 53 auto car. This truck, this was about the mid-'70s. The old steel flatbed on it was about a 40-footer. Holes in the lumber like there was no tomorrow. He said that truck probably weighed close to 50,000 pounds empty. Of course, that steel flatbed was not light, and neither was that old truck. But they would go, my other uncle usually was the one that made the run, but they'd run pulpwood or cross ties into a place called Luke, Maryland, over in western Maryland, over near Oakland. And he'd leave out in the wintertime about daylight, and it ain't but today's driving about an hour and a half to Luke. Well, in a car at least. It'd take a little longer in a truck, probably 2 hours each way at best. And he'd leave about daylight, and he had to leave at daylight in the wintertime because to come dark, he might be home if he was lucky, and the old headlights in that old auto car wasn't very bright, so he wanted to try to get home before dark. He said it had a big motor in it. It had a 220 Cummins in it. My uncle, back about 20 years ago or so, had a 66 International. So, well, it was a truck, but he'd put a dump bed on it. He had a small excavating business. Had a 235 Detroit in it. Now, my one uncle that done mechanic work, he'd never fooled with the diesel. He dealt the gas engines. That man could tear down a Ford 289 or a Chevy 350, blindfold it and put it back together, I'm sure, at the time, But he went over and talked to his buddy that worked on truck engines and told him, said, Denzel, he said, I've been fooling with gas engines all these years. He said, but I never tore down a diesel. He says, I'm thinking on rebuilding that Detroit in my old dump truck. He says, well, he says, make sure it ain't sucking air, the basics. You'll figure it out. It's not that complicated. He says, but Raj, why would you want to rebuild the motor in that old truck? And he says, like, oh my God, it's leaking oil everywhere. It's burning oil. I mean, it's just horrible. Stencil said, you could put all the rings, bearings, and seals that you want in that old Detroit, and it'll still leak and burn it just as bad as it was before you did it. He says, just keep pouring oil in it. It'll be all right. Told him about how they used to put a catch pan underneath of it so you could drain it out and pour it back in the motor, stuff. Oh, yeah.
You talking about that 238 Detroit. We had one on the farm at a Fleet Star International. Had a 38-foot trailer with size, haul grain. And man, I was proud of that truck. Woo, was I proud of that truck. And so they loaded me up, and that was the biggest piece of junk I ever drove in my life. But hey, I was trucking. So I went by and picked my sister up. We were going up to Sherrall, South Carolina, to the bean meal place. And there's some steep hills over there on 601. I mean, steep. And boy, we fell off that first one. Went down, and I run about 80. About halfway up it, we were running about 8.
Yeah.
My sister, she looked over, we gonna make it. I said, I don't know, baby. We in second gear, got one more. And at that time, this little boy come riding upside the truck on a Shetland pony and passed us. And she said, boy, we trucking now. I said, yeah, baby, we trucking now, I guarantee you.
Probably about like that. You wrote US 33 for to put in Corridor H. Well, from Harrisonburg on over to Elkins, West Virginia, from 81, if you get over to Elkins, it clears out on over to 79 there in West Virginia. But I tell you what, that road can get rather interesting. If you ever talk to 5-7, talk to him about coming in and out of Webster Springs hauling lumber. Now, I did that with DMC. I call it the Moron Corporation because, Yeah, you got to be a moron to drive for him. That's where I cut my teeth, and I worked for him for 2.5 years. So, and actually, 5-7 worked for him for a while too. But yeah, it was 37 miles from 79 into the lumber mill there in Webster Springs. It took you an hour to get in there empty and an hour and a half to get out there loaded. And I'm talking at the time I was running a truck with some decent power. I had a Freightliner Century, plastic truck. I know you Kenworth, Peterbilt guys always criticize them things, but yeah, it is what it is. With a 470 Detroit and a Super 10 in it. So the truck pulled halfway decent. It was just the mountains was that bad. And I'd come back the hard way because it cut out a lot of miles, and it actually cut a little bit off my time, cut up through the woods there. Up through Elkins and across over into Seneca Rocks and come down through Petersburg, Moorfield, come across the mountains that way. Now, I tell you what, I'm glad I did that when I was younger because I don't think I'd want to do it anymore. I know I couldn't pull flatbed anymore. I've had my body beat to death too long, I can only imagine the aches and pains you've got after what I've experienced. But I gotta say, TMC started me off in a truck I'll always be proud that I drove. Now, it wasn't the W9, but I did start off in a 96 T600 with a 425 Cummins and a Rockwell 9-speed. And when I was at the truck show 2 years ago, the Kenworth man, I talked to him a minute. I told him, I said, yeah, my first truck was a 96 T600 with a 425 Cummins and a Rockwell 9-speed. And he looked at me, he says, I don't remember the last time we did put a Rockwell transmission in a truck. One thing about them old Rockwells, if you don't have it right, it's not going in gear. It's not like an Eaton Fuller. You're not gonna force a Rockwell. If them RPMs aren't right, it ain't going in gear. I'm sure, Jimmy, you could have testified to that. Well, I'm gonna back on out of here, as Jimmy would say, and it's been a pleasure talking to you. If you ain't got my number, I'd appreciate I know you can get it somewhere, and give me a call sometimes if you want to. I'm welcome anytime. And everybody have a safe night and take care.
All right, Gilligan.
You too.
Thank you for checking in there, Gilligan. All right, let me see. Who was it? Philip said thank you for naming his car the Japper Crapper. Your old pal Lauren Weiss says, I concur. Thank you for naming my car Japper Crapper. Signed, number 11, Denny. That's his guy.
Denny who?
Denny, yeah. He loves his Japper Crapper. Denny Hamlin, there you go. Who else we got? A couple of others here said, Gerald said, this is kind of like the classic overnights. Thanks for being here and keeping it on, Steve. We need one Dynamic Don call. Whatever happened to Dynamic Don? He was a character. All right. Now, 5-7 said, Gouger and I talked on the phone, but one Saturday morning, about 4 a.m., I was pulling up 17 out of Jacksonboro, South Carolina. That big blue Pete blew my little green Kenworth doors off. I tried to get him on the CB, couldn't get him on the CB that night. So I guess that's a memory of 5-7. Somewhere down the line, you blew him off the road at a high rate of fuel consumption.
I'm not a big going to the Marina Del Rey at a high rate of fuel consumption that night.
Let me see here. John says the 49ers truck stop at I-80, El Camino, is still a 24-hour sit-down restaurant with overnight and hotels nearby and truck parking. There you go. Fred is on board. Good to have you with us, Fred. And I guess we only got a couple minutes before we hit that news break there, so it'll take more than like 90 seconds. You remember the story I'm referencing, something about a red dress? Does that bring it? Can you tell that story when we come back?
I don't rightly know what he's talking about there.
Yeah, squirrel paying for services, and she never showed up at the room.
Oh, whoa! I know what he's talking about now. Yeah. When you come back, I'll tell that story. I know exactly what he's talking about now.
Okay.
Yeah.
That brings back memories, don't it? He got a Dumbass of the Year award for that one, you big dummy. All right, real quick like here, under the industry headlines. If you're trucking in a truck with a pre-2000 engine and running on paper logs, just keep on trucking. According to the report, there is no truth to a rumor circulating the internet saying that the ELD exemption will be ending. Yeah, the last time the FMCSA talked about ending the pre-2000 engine ELD exemption was back in 2022. At that time, the agency was only considering ending it. Since then, it's basically been crickets on that subject, they say. Perhaps the rumors are being fueled by the FMCSA's regulatory agenda. The latest update, the fall of last year, has the FMCSA projected to consider revisions to the ELD mandate this month. The thing is, regulatory agenda deadlines are just goals. They're not set in stone. The other thing important to note is that it's set for a proposed rule stage. That is a far cry from a final rule. Of course, it's also important to note that the fall of 2024 regulatory agenda was set by the previous administration, with the current administration actually focused on reducing unnecessary regulations. So there you go. Keep on trucking. We'll return after this.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says Israel and Iran have agreed to a ceasefire, later confirmed by Vice President J.D. Vance.
Well, we were actually working on that just as I left the White House to come over here, so that's good news that the president was able to get that across the finish line.
Trump posted that this is the official end to the 12-day war. The U.S. ambassador to the UN defended Saturday's strikes on Iran.
At the Security Council meeting, Dorothy Camille Shea said for 40 years the Iranian government has called for death to America and death to Israel and posed a constant menace to the peace and security of its neighbors, the United States, and the entire world.
The time finally came for the United States to act decisively.
The ambassador also urged the UN to call for Iran to terminate its drive for nuclear weapons. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Iran will be the main focus as NATO leaders meet this week.
William Dinslow reports ahead of of the gathering, Spain's calling for Europe to be the voice of peace and diplomacy.
That's expected to be a call from a number of NATO allies during this week's summit in The Hague, amid fears that an Iranian retaliatory attack on the US could evoke Article 5 and the obligation to support a fellow member of the military alliance.
Iran threatened to retaliate for U.S. strikes on its nuclear facilities. NATO allies are also expected to agree to a plan to increase defense spending targets. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
The prosecution is now expected to rest in its case tomorrow in the Sean Diddy Combs sex trafficking trial.
A special agent for Homeland Security investigations back on the stand today testifying about things found at Diddy's home like explicit files. His testimony is expected to continue Tuesday. The jury was shown explicit videos of what appeared to be freak-offs and heard messages between Diddy and an escort agency. Meanwhile, the defense is expected to rest its case by Wednesday, setting the stage for closing arguments later this week. The judge says the trial could wrap before July 4th. Diddy has pleaded not guilty to sex trafficking and other charges, including racketeering conspiracy. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
Congressman Carlos Jimenez continues touring detention centers. Last week, he paid a visit to the Federal Detention Center in downtown Miami.
It's not the Ritz, but I can tell you that there's nothing going on in there that would be cause for alarm.
He says conditions are adequate. For 100 people, there are 6 toilets and 6 showers. ICE standards call for a ratio of 12-1 when it comes to toilets. The standard is 14-1 for detainees for showers. Alcohol consumption is being linked to an increased risk of pancreatic cancer.
A new study by the World Health Organization gathered research from nearly 2.5 million people across 4 continents and found a modest but significant link between alcohol and pancreatic cancer, regardless of sex or if the person smoked. The study shows that an extra 10 grams of alcohol consumed per day is associated with a 3% increase in the risk of pancreatic cancer. I'm Michael Kastner.
House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffrey says President Trump broke a promise he made to stay out of foreign wars. The New York Democrat criticized Trump's decision to launch an attack on Iran without first getting approval from Congress.
The use of military force, which is offensive in nature, must be approved by the House and the Senate.
Jeffrey says the move goes against the Constitution and added while Iran cannot be permitted to have a nuclear weapon, the Trump administration chose to intentionally ignore the aggressive diplomacy that was available. Jeffries also noted that a briefing with the Gang of 8 congressional leaders has not taken place. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from The New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. When you're injecting injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the Smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, would you look at there? We cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Just like that, we're rolling into a Tuesday. Brand new day. Going to be another hot one. Yeah, we're all the way down to 77 outside the secret bunker. Yeah, 77 at 3 a.m. It's pretty close to where we were 24 hours ago. I think we were down to 73, 74, but I really needed to get the grass cut this past day. And for whatever reason, we had a lot of dew that settled in Sunday night into Monday morning. So after the sun come up, I'm like, man, I got to get this done before it gets too hot. I think it was close to 10 a.m., so it was already warming up pretty quick before I could even get started. I had to let some of that dew burn off, but got her done. I had to take it slow in 3 separate segments, but man, by the time I got it done, it was scorching. Be careful with the outdoor activities. Yeah, take breaks. That's what I did. Normally I'd do the whole thing in one fell swoop, but I had to cut it down. Front yard, side yard, take a break. Backyard, take a break. Meanwhile, 844-844-3388. Yeah, back with the Carolina monkey gouger. Before we get to that story, yeah, it looks like somehow or another, Gouger, you're able to bring out a first-time caller, long-time listener. Is this Captain Clutch?
Yeah, it is.
Well, good to have you with us. Good morning.
Morning, Steve. Yeah, first-time caller, long-time listener. Monkey Gouger, that's my midnight modulator that I've been with for the last couple years. And thought, man, of all nights, let's just call in tonight and give him a big old congratulations on his 50 years. And
yeah,
it's been a good night to be driving, listening to all of his stories and everybody calling in.
Yeah, so you've been out there. Why don't you call in?
Oh, he's been on me about that, and I don't know. Oh man.
Well, here you are. So obviously, we're going to get you for first-time caller code, $60 voucher for Hot Shot Secret products. That makes it worth the call.
Yeah, I appreciate that. But anyway, they're Gouger. Oh man.
Well, I started to call you at 12 o'clock. I hope you got up on time, but we was over here talking trucking and everything else, and it just got away, you know. So
well, I knew you were going to call, and I had to get in there. I was like, I ain't going to miss this tonight because I know you said you were going to call in, and I said, we're going to do this tonight.
There you go.
Well, this is what I tell you about being, I've been trying to get him call in for what now, 3 years? And tonight we cracked the nut.
Finally.
Oh, I tell you what, Steve, we go, old CC there, the clutch captain there, we have run many miles together at night, you know, and like, especially on the weekends and stuff, you know, to get late and call one another up. And we always seem to make it our destination, but yeah, he's modulated a bunch at night with me and talk. He knows a lot about the show, about some of the antics that went on.
Mm-hmm.
Told him about old school trucking, you know, and he loves to hear those stories about the way it used to be.
Oh,
you know, back when trucking was
back in
fun.
the day.
Back in the day.
Yeah, I'm right there with you though. It's sure gone downhill pretty quick. So I've been out here for 30 years now, and it's just nothing like what it used to be.
So meanwhile, who do you haul for, Clutch?
Seaboard Transport.
Okay.
Out of Kansas City.
Where did you run? Where did you run into the gouger?
Oh, I used to work Cargill with him.
Okay, all right.
That's where I met him at.
All right.
Yeah.
Co-workers back in the day.
Yeah, back in the day. My troublemaker.
No.
No, not him.
He got out when the getting was good. I had to stick around for more punishment. But man, I'm glad you called in. I've been telling Steve, I've been working on you. Been working on him, and see, you got a free gift for calling in.
Yeah,
now get some other people to call in. Yeah.
I have to call in more often. I'm losing my midnight trucking buddy.
There you go. Yeah. Hey, somebody's going to have to start filling in some of that airtime the gouger would help us out with from time to time, you know?
Right. But anyway, I'm not going to keep on and stay on here very long because I know there's a bunch of other guys who want to talk to you, and I just had to call in and tell the man congratulations, and it's good to finally get on the show. So
yeah, now you're gonna have to find somebody else to chat with, at 3 o'clock in the morning, right? Because the gougers, hey, you're not going to be answering the phone at 3 a.m., are you?
Oh no, 3 a.m.
Right?
I wouldn't be turned over into bed. Clutch, I appreciate you calling, man, because they all thought you was a freakman of my imagination, and it was good to talk to you tonight.
Good to hear from. Was it Captain? Rather than Captain Crunch, it's Captain Clutch, I guess is the way he got that, huh?
Yeah, Captain Clutch. We just call it CC.
Take us back in time. I mean, there was a time years ago when we actually had truck shows in Las Vegas. I don't know. Myself, the Princess, and Squirrel. Well, I think we got out there at least maybe 3 years. Yeah, for the Vegas truck show, and of course it was always hotter than Hades. I mean, like 105 degrees in the shade out there. But there was one year, and of course you could probably tell stories about our old Jim Statmiller, a.k.a. Squirrel, who was salesman for my father, then stuck around with me when my dad retired. And I thought that was such a funny story. Squirrel was kind of gullible, wasn't he?
I tell you what. Oh, Steve, Squirrel was like a brother to me. We traveled together, roomed together a lot, and he you know how he was. He was like, man, he was arcing and sparking all the time.
Mm-hmm.
And he called me, he said, Monkey Gouger, are you in Dallas? I said, yeah, I'm in Dallas. He said, pick me up at the airport. I said, well, when you coming to the airport, coming on this thing. He said, I'll be there in about 30 minutes. I got to lay over, then I'll be down. I said, all right. I go there, pick him up, take him over there to the truck show, right? Well, I don't know how we got separated, but he called me and said, hey, I'm going to my motel room. You pick me up at 9 o'clock in the morning. I said, okay. So, we went over to Fort Worth over there to enjoy the nightlife, and we was over there at the stockyards and at Billy Bob's there, Well, next morning, I said, you know, he never told me what motel he was in, but he was right across the street from where I was staying down there in Dallas. And I called him up and I said, hey, which one of these motels I'm in? He told me, I've got the name of it now, the Hyatt or something. Well, they was right there together. These two motels, I mean, just right there together. And I said, well, hell, he must be in this one. And he said, Mug Gouger, while you waiting on me, he said, you just go in and eat breakfast on me. I got this covered. Eat your steak. I said, oh, don't you worry, boy. You gonna pay for it. So I walk in this motel, and I mean, it's a fancy motel, you know. And I mean, I go back there and sit down and order me a steak and eggs, and toast, and pancakes, you know. Stat Miller got me covered. So I was sitting there eating, and I get finished eating. I'm sitting there drinking me another cup of coffee, and Stat Miller called. He said, hey, where you at, fool? I said, I'm over here in the motel. What does it say on that motel? And I told him. He said, you at the wrong damn motel. I said, come on, get me. And so I signed my name to the ticket and the room number he was in and just give it to him. So we went and done the show, you know, and what we had to do. Well, that night, he calls me. And you know what I've been doing for the last 3 hours? I said, no, Squirrel, what you been doing? He said, I've been doing damn dishes trying to pay your food bill.
Nah, he had the company credit card. You know, he wasn't paying for your dinner anyway. He was billing it to the company.
That's what I told him. But, you know, Steve, we always ended up over there at Gillies, you know, with that damn bull. Had that bull challenge over there.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I got on the damn thing once.
Yeah, I remember that. Well, anyway, we were riding. I forgot how I ended up on that thing. But anyway, I got up on the bull and Stat Miller run out there, and I told that guy, I want you to turn this thing up now. And Stat Miller said, no, you turn that thing down. Turn it down. I can't have that boy getting hurt. Squirrel looked at me and said, I give you $100 to get off of this damn bull right now. And by the time he said that, they lost that thing. I went over the top of it, get out there on that mat. He said, I told you to get off that damn thing.
I'm trying to remember, but back in the day, that was we had Kangaroo Cowboy. He was from Australia, right? And it was a fundraiser. Right. Who were we raising funds for then? Was it? I can't remember what it was.
We Make-A-Wish Convoy.
What was it? Okay.
Yeah, we done a lot. We you know, me and Dusty got where we putting that thing on together. And then Gill is closed down, and that, you know, that was pretty much the end of the bull. But man, we had some good times over there. I remember you talking about Colleen and Jerry a while ago. Old Colleen told me, says, get him up there on that bull. I want to get a picture. And I told Jerry, I said, you know, your wife wants a picture of you up there. Well, his brother got up there and rode it. What was his brother named? Jim? Well, Jim got up there and rode it. We tried to get Jerry up there. Jerry, when we get up there, he said, I don't trust y'all. Y'all turn that thing on. No, I can't do it. But Colleen called him a chicken. Oh, Lord.
And off he goes. Yep.
Off he goes.
Well, I do remember that story, but the one that I was referencing was actually in Las Vegas. Maybe Squirrel's the one that told the story, because he ran it. You know, Las Vegas. You're in the casino. He always stayed at the Hyatt there in Vegas. of course, you got these ladies, doing their business per se. And he ran into this, this knockdown, gorgeous, beautiful young lady in a red dress. And of course, they're conversing a little bit. What are you doing? And you remember that story? And she, she made the offer to, come up to the room or something. Well, what room are you in? And somehow or another, he gave her money to meet her in the room. And of course, the rest of the story is, he's up in the room waiting. Do you think she was actually going to show up? You done paid her, you dumbass. She never showed up. I don't know what he gave that chick, but whatever it was, that was a free night on the town for her.
Hey, yeah, she done found a sucker, but I tell you something, man. He was a something else. But one, I reckon it was the last time he was out there. I come through there, and I stopped, and I think it wasn't your night that night. That was Bubba Bull's night.
Okay.
And man, we wore that waitress out going back and forth getting them Budweisers. Steve, I tell you something. Whoever thought of the idea of having a damn truck show in August out there, that was a terrible, terrible idea. Because I mean, even at night, like 12 o'clock at night, that heat was right there off that pavement. Squirrel ended up getting sick off that thing when it was over with.
Mm-hmm.
But we had the good times out there. But
I'm looking here and
I just never could understand. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Grump. Good morning.
Hey, Jimmy. Just wanted to say congratulations on retirement there, man. It's well-deserved. 10 years ago, we started writing that book about you. And you remember when we sat down and talked about that? I asked you where the boundaries were and, what we wanted to talk about. And you said there was no boundaries. And so his life's been pretty much an open book. I mean, there's a lot of things that, we sat down and just from start to finish, it was just, it took, 3 years to get that thing done? Get it, something like that? We had a lot of, conversations about his life and if anybody's read the book or anybody or talked to him in depth about his life and things, he's he's had a struggle, man. We don't ever give up for a reason. I mean, that guy never gave up.
Mm-hmm.
And I think one of the hardest chapters, and I know it was hard for him because he survived cancer and his sister didn't. And when we was talking about Melody and writing about that, and it was just a tough time. I mean, it was I enjoyed it. I did put that on I have it on a flash drive. I'm going to send that to you, and so that you can go ahead and if you want to continue it or do whatever, I'm going to send you that and a copy of the copyright with a release on there where you can do whatever you want with it. So, if you want to add to it, that's fine. It's it's your book. Told you that from the very beginning, but best wishes, man. I hope everything works out for you and in retirement. Best to Debbie and all the family there, buddy. Anyway, that's all I got. I just wanted to, tell people that, hey, he's, laughing and stuff. He's, he's had issues, man. I mean, it's with, throughout the years fighting these damn waivers and all the rest of this crap.
Mm-hmm.
Where, somebody, normally wouldn't, would give up and say, hell with it. I'm not, this ain't worth it. He didn't. He stayed with it. So, that's the way it is, and it's, if we had more people out here in this damn trucking industry right now that was more determined to do something and make this job a little better, it wouldn't be in the shape it's in right now. But I guess we don't. I just seen a wreck back there, and truck had ran down in the median there, and the cop was standing there and had, two guys were standing there, 2 turbans and 3 sandals. One of them had lost his damn sandal out there in the weeds somewhere.
Wow.
So, yep, that's what we're up against right there, and so anyway, good luck, buddy. I wish you well, man.
Good to hear from you, Grump.
Hey, thank you.
Thank you for... Go ahead, Gouger.
I just tell you thank you, and be careful.
You too, man. All right. Bye.
All right, we got, let me see, news break just around the corner. I had one more. I'm trying to find. Five said something. He said his favorite monkey gouger story had to do with, the nurse taking blood pressure. Do you remember that? What is that?
Oh, that was I'll never forget that night. You come back out the break, we'll tell that one.
Okay, very good. The nurse, I don't know that I've heard that one or not. That's rolling down memory lane. Meanwhile, it is 844-844-3388. So I do see real quick, this week, supposedly commercial drivers are to be placed out of service for failure to meet the English language proficiency standards. Lack of English is out of service again. Effective starting tomorrow, Wednesday, June 25, non-compliance with existing federal regulations requiring English language proficiency is again an out-of-service order. According to guidance from the CVSA, and the FMCSA, of course, has never taken it out of their rules, but the CVSA is the one that kind of, back in, 2015, made it no longer an out-of-service criteria. The CVSA has added proficiency to the North American standard for out-of-service criteria following the White House executive order calling for increased enforcement of the English language requirements for truck drivers. So this executive order called for the agencies to rescind, it was 2016, the 2016 FMCSA memo that directed law enforcement not to place truckers out of service for English language proficiency. So again, starting tomorrow, to avoid being placed out of service, drivers must be able to read and speak the English language sufficiently to converse with the general public, to understand highway traffic signs and signals in the English language, and respond to official inquiries and make entries on reports and records. That's the way it was written all those years ago. But again, the FMCSA then issued guidance for law enforcement and safety officers out there, the process, step by step, how do you make the determination? Is their English proficiency sufficient enough? We'll be back.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says Israel and Iran have agreed to a ceasefire, later confirmed by Vice President J.D. Vance.
Well, we were actually working on that just as I left the White House to come over here, so that's good news that the president was able to get that across the finish line.
Trump posted that this is the official end to the 12-day war. The U.S. ambassador to the UN defended Saturday's strikes on Iran.
At the Security Council meeting, Dorothy Camille Shea said for 40 years the Iranian government has called for death to America and death to Israel and posed a constant menace to the peace and security of its neighbors, the United States, and the entire world.
The time finally came for the United States to act decisively.
The ambassador also urged the UN to call for Iran to terminate its drive for nuclear weapons. I'm Mark Mayfield.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 374 points. The S&P 500 added 57 points. The NASDAQ rose 183 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
If you want 5 free classic radio shows to add to your library or listen to them anytime you'd like, just go to 100radioshows.com. There's 5 shows waiting for you. Fibber, McGee and Molly, Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, and Richard Diamond, Private Detective. They're yours free. Just put your email in. We'll send you an email with 5 links. The links never expire. The shows sound amazing. They're yours as our gift. At that site, 100radioshows.com, there are hundreds and hundreds of additional classic radio shows for purchase. If you decide to buy any of those shows, use the promo code
radio.
That's right. Use the promo
secret
code
word is
radio. If you do that, you'll save 70% on your order. Now, that's done at checkout. Make sure you put the promo code in, save 70%. Get some free classic radio shows at 100radioshows.com, at 100radioshows.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotshotSecret.com. Hotshot Secret. Powered by science.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Alrighty, back at it here. What do you say? It's 844-844-3388. And back with the Carolina Monkey Gouger. Before we get to the nurse and the blood pressure, you mentioned like earlier that, and Grump kind of brought up that the difficulty in your ability to maintain a commercial driver's license, even after you had been in the truck. Yeah, as you know, lost a limb at a very young age. What were you, like 6 years old or something? By the time
Yes, sir.
By the time you'd driven truck for 20 years safely, you still had to jump through the hoops and go through all the BS to renew your CDL. And even after 30 years and after 40 years, why do they make it so difficult, especially for drivers that have 30 and 40 years of safe driving under their belt? Why do they feel that you need to go through all this stuff to maintain a CDL when it apparently we're giving driver's licenses to people that can't even speak the English language like candy?
Steve, I am supposed to be going to Washington. They hadn't given me a date yet. The woman that is the director for the Southeast Field Office at the FMSCA, I don't want to say what I feel about her, because I still got to face her, but she is incompetent of her job. And so when we had this big meeting back in May, I asked them the same question you asked. So anyway, they wanted to know what I wanted to do, and I told them, and they said, well, we'll make it happen. I said, but, there's no need to talk to her no more. You got to go over her head, because that woman don't understand. I mean, she, and the thing, what people don't realize is, this lady holds my future in her hand. Say she has a bad day and comes to work, and I just take revenge out on him, and then I'm out of business. And I don't think that is, the government is too strong in that. And it's just like a couple of years ago, we had a meeting with all of them in Donald's first term up there. This lady started messing with me again, and like to cause me to get my driver's license suspended because I couldn't, she messed around and they get my waiver to me in time, and then you got a certain amount of time to get it to the highway department, get it taken care of. Where I mean, and Steve, I tell you something, and I got real vocal about this during that meeting. Let me tell you something. That Disabilities Act that y'all brag about all the time ain't worth the ink of the damn paper y'all wrote it on. I said, because you look at me and I'm discriminated against every day, and y'all ain't done nothing. I said, the thing I can't understand is why this is still going on, and and they were just blown away by it. Here I am, 50 years down the road, and still having to jump through hoops, and back when. Up until the last 20 years, the guy that done it, I just set my stuff up there. It was up there about 2 days. It turned around and come back to me. He'd call me and say, hey, I got your stuff to you. So, hey, we'll be looking to hear from you in 2 years. But I mean, why am I held to a different standard because I got one arm versus somebody that has two arms?
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, especially when you got, like I said, 20 and 30 years already under your belt.
Right. And right now, 6.5 million miles accident free. I mean, and so we're hoping that, I don't know, and I'll let y'all know when I'm going up to let you know what the outcome of it is. But we're hoping it's going to be in the next month and a half when we go back up there.
Okay.
But, I mean, Steve, I've had people call me that listen to this show and listened over there on the other show, call me crying. Well, Steve, you read a letter a year ago or two about a guy trying to get it, and they was going to put him out of business because he couldn't find a doctor to sign off on it. You remember that?
I do. Yes, sir.
I mean, and I mean, hey, that's bull crap.
Mm-hmm.
And this last time we was up there, I've been trying to just float along. I'm tired of floating along. Because I look at all the people, and I mean, I've had people call me and I'm going to lose everything. I'm going to lose my house. What I tell them, I said, look, guys, I know where you're coming from, what you're up against, but the thing I got is I don't know how to tell you to fix it when they don't know how to fix it themselves. And that one woman, I mean, they had write-up after write-up after write-up about her, where she was discriminating against these people coming back from, Iraq, Afghanistan, one leg, one arm, or, maybe no legs,
right?
No arm, And I mean, they had a big write-up about that, about her, about the way she acted.
So I guess
when Donald had this daughter.
So I was going to say that's another kind of contributing factor to your, kind of saying enough is enough. Maybe 50 years in, 6.5 million miles, and the headaches of even being able to try to maintain a CDL.
Yes, sir. That's exactly right. And see, that's something that comes into play once I get out of it. It's over with for me, because I'll never get back in it, because it's just too much to jump through, and it shouldn't be like that, Steve.
Yeah.
We should have access to do the job just like anybody else. I mean, we're not freaks.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
And I've had a lot of people that I've tried to help, and I just don't have the answer. So I'm hoping in the next month and a half they'll get this set up. We go up there and do our deal, and and maybe we'll get something done this time. I just hope and pray we do.
Right.
But that's where we at right now. I mean, like I say, once I get out of it, it's pretty much, and that's the decision I've been having. And I mean, like I told David, I worked so hard to get here, and I got to make sure this is what I want to do, because once I get out of it, there ain't no getting back in it. And when I sold the truck, she told me, I reckon you're getting out of it. I said, yeah, I've had enough. I'm tired of fighting City Hall, and the rhetoric. It just ain't worth it no more.
So in other words, once your CDL expires, say unlike someone like Big Ed, who did pretty much, I mean, he got out of the truck. I don't know if his CDL expired or not, but I mean, he was able to pretty much get right back in the truck, and he's out there driving again now. Once yours kind of expires, if you wanted to get back in, it would be 7 kinds of hell, you're saying, to try to get your CDL?
Ooh, it would be, I mean, I'd have to go through the same rigmarole.
Okay.
I mean, Steve, going back a little bit further, when I got my first waiver, I mean, I was catching the dickens to get it. And that's about the time that Elizabeth Dole become the Secretary of Transportation. All right. I just bought a truck and trailer. Had a brand new baby son born, and we ain't got no way to eat, because they done put me out of business. I got caught down there. And so I'm at wit's end. I'm at the end of my rope. And I sit down and write a letter to Elizabeth Dole. And I tell her my sister of my rope. And I sit down and write a letter to Elizabeth. And I put my phone number down there. And, and it took about maybe 4 or 5 days to get up there. And when she got that letter, you see Elizabeth Dole, Robert Dole was hurt in World War II. He didn't have no use, I think, of his left hand, if I'm not mistaken. That's the reason he carried that ink pen when nobody tried to shake it. So, anyway, she called me and told me, said, look, I got you your waiver. You got to meet this guy in Atlanta, Georgia, and I've got you a job. And that's the way it should be. And, you know, when I went up there 8 years ago, or not, let's see, 4 or 6 years ago, when Donald was up there the first time, and I met with Ryan Babbins, who stands up for the truckers a lot, Mark Meadows, Ralph Norman, you know, and I told them this story, and they were all blown away. And they said, well, that's the way Washington is supposed to work. There's supposed to be no red tape. You know, we're here to help you. And we was up there talking about the ELD, and Mark Meadows said, well, we didn't vote for that. And I said, yeah, he did. He said, no, we didn't. About the time his age said, Mr. Meadows, we did vote for that. They voted for it and didn't even know what they was voting on.
Well, that's half of what,
you know,
that's half of what passes in Washington. I mean, you got this so-called big, beautiful bill right now. You know, how much BS is buried in there, and how many of our legislators actually read through the whole thing before they vote on it? They'll vote on things they don't even know they're voting on.
Well, you know, I learned a lot from going up there. I've been up there like 3 times. And you know, what they do is they'll break them bills up. They'll break that like out of 500-page bill. And you got 5 A's up there, and that one of them got 100 pages.
Mm-hmm.
You see anything in there's alarming? Well, they don't know what the hell they looking at. You know, they just up there being a page or a runner. They out of high school or whatever. They don't know what. No, we didn't see nothing. All right, we're gonna vote on it. Well, bam, it went through. You know, and that's scary that stuff is happening like that.
Yeah.
But you know, I mean, I made the decision that, you know, and Steve, I'm not gonna give up on this because I've come too far. And I think you know, the thing that gets me is this little DJ guy that's going around with the police departments. You seen the little guy.
Mm-hmm.
He was you know, and his dream was to be a police officer. And I hope that young man makes it. But, you know, I had that dream to be a truck driver. And they have stood in my way every which way you can go. And I mean, it's heartbreaking, but you don't never give up. You just dig in tighter. And I use the government to my advantage. And now I've hit this roadblock with this woman that's up there now at the FMSCA, the Southeast director, that has no business being up there. But you know, I'm gonna fight it tooth and nail till we get something done, so the children that had dreams can pursue their dreams to be a truck driver or whatever they want to be. But you know, and we'll get it done one way or another. I'm not giving up on it.
Yeah. Well, let's pause for 2. We'll return after this. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
All right, as we roll into a brand new day, let me see here. I guess you're going to take us back at some point in time. What's the story? The nurse and the blood pressure?
Steve, I can't remember which one. It was probably about 1998, 97, somewhere in there. They had a hurricane off the coast of North Carolina. That's when it might have been Milton. I can't remember the name of the hurricane, but anyway, we was hauling hurricane relief out of Hanover, Pennsylvania, down to MDI in Hickory, North Carolina. And I had a headlight go out. So I whip in this truck stop there at Conover, North Carolina. And I go in and buy me a headlight, you know. So I come out, and when I'm taking that headlight out, that thing shattered. I've never seen one do that. And that thing cut me. Oh, man, it cut me. I was bleeding like a stuck hog. You could see the bone down in there.
Oh, boy.
So I'm thinking, what am I going to do? What am I going to do? You know, I got that glass in my hand. I couldn't make a fist or nothing. So I run in the truck stop for help, right? And that little old girl back there said, "You got to get out of here bleeding like that." I said, "Well, I need a ride to the hospital, but I'll call you an ambulance." I said, "I don't need an ambulance. I just need a ride to the hospital," you know? And so she was going, you know, crazy. And there was two drivers there for a company called ComScope. And so that guy said, "Hey, so you let my buddy drive your truck, we'll take it to the hospital, and you won't have to come back in and deal with her." And I said, "Oh, that's fine, you know." So he drives me to the hospital, right? Drops me off in the parking lot there, you know, and he gets in with his buddy. They ride in double, and they take off. Well, I'm out there walking around in the parking lot trying to find a way into this emergency room. And by this time, boy, I mean, I am look like you know, the axe murderer. I'm with a cup of blood. It was a hell of a sight. Well, this night watchman was out there on a golf cart, and he finally found me. He said, "Man, I've been looking for you for 10 minutes." Said, "You bleeding like a stuck hog." I said, "Yeah, tell me about it." So he throws me in the golf cart. We go there. We just roll right on up in the emergency room. There was one of them where you could open the door and drive up in it, you know, with the golf cart. I get up there, you know, and I mean, I'm holding my hand up on that table, you know, and every time I try to close it, that piece of shard glass is just jabbing. So I got my left arm up under the table, right? So, man, this nurse come out there, boy. She was, woo, like something off Baywatch. And she come out there, "What happened?" And I showed her my hand. "We got to check your blood pressure." Okay? So she goes around there on my artificial arm.
Oh, no.
And she's pumping this thing. Oh, my God, you ain't got no blood pressure. So she takes off, man, and she does this 3 times. Went through this. Well, she's hollering and screaming and carrying on. Well, there was this old nurse come in there, and She said, son, what in the world is she doing? I said, well, Miss America just took the blood pressure in a damn wooden arm 3 times. Boy, she went to raising hell. I mean, laughing. Well, the doctor that was on duty come out there. What the hell's the problem? Said, hey, you know that girl you always got your nose stuck up her rear end? Said, well, that idiot took the blood pressure in a wooden arm 3 times.
And you sat there and let her do it. You didn't have the common courtesy to say, hey, ma'am, that's an artificial arm.
I said, she'll figure it out directly.
Wow. Oh, boy.
Go back. We go back and get done sewing me up. And I go out there to pay, and the girl told me, said, hey, the doctor said no charge tonight. Said he ain't never laughed that damn hard. And I said, well, that's good. So, I go back out there and get the truck, change clothes, and they cleaned me up best they could. Yeah. 3 times she poked that cup up, just could not figure out.
So she thinks she's actually, she's actually talking and talking with a patient that's dead. They ain't got no blood pressure.
Dead man walking.
That's good. That's a good one, Gouger.
I thought I told you that one, but yeah, I told it on Bubba once or twice, but yeah, it was and you know something, Steve, I tell you something else that people don't. It's just like that right there. You never know when you're gonna get hurt on the road. But I was on the road when my sister passed away, and I was on the road when my daddy passed away, and none of these companies showed any compassion, nothing.
Mm-hmm.
And my mama is in bad shape right now. And I told him, I said, look, I'm going to the house. Don't know when I'm coming back. I said, because my mama, I'm not going to be on the road where I can't get back to my mama. I'm not watching another one of my family members die and me go home. And missing events for the children, I never realized how much I missed. And they just set me down one night and said, well, you missed this, you missed that, you wasn't there for this.
Yep.
And now I got those three grandchildren that live right down the road, and they stay with me all the time. They see that truck, they gonna stop that car. Because they ain't going to stop raising hell till they do.
And you don't want to be out there on the road missing now the grandkids growing up. And that's a good point to take a pause. We reach news update. Top of the hour, back after this.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Iran is incapable of building a nuclear weapon.
President Trump says Israel and Iran have agreed to a ceasefire, later confirmed by Vice President J.D. Vance.
Well, we were actually working on that just as I left the White House to come over here, so that's good news that the president was able to get that across the finish line.
Vance added the U.S. has obliterated the Iranian nuclear program without losing a single American life. The Pentagon says the U.S. bombing of Iran, nicknamed Operation Midnight Hammer, was an incredible and overwhelming success.
Sunday morning, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth called President Trump's decision to strike Iran as bold and brilliant. The U.S. hit 3 Iranian nuclear facilities, including the fortified Fordow operation. Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Kane, said the plan was top secret and very few people in Washington knew of it. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
China is speaking out against the U.S. military action in Iran, which President Trump confirmed on Saturday, saying 3 of Iran's nuclear facilities had been destroyed.
China's UN ambassador Fu Kong, according to the state broadcaster CCTV, said that the credibility of the US had been damaged as a country and as a participant in any international negotiations. Beijing, in a statement on Sunday, said that Washington's actions have exacerbated tensions in the Middle East and it is calling for a ceasefire to be reached as soon as possible. Meanwhile, US Secretary of State Marco Rubio, in comments to Fox News, said he was urging China to encourage Iran not to shut the Strait of Hormuz. It is an important global route for crude oil, which China depends on heavily for its supplies. Rebecca Bunzen, Hong Kong.
Wall Street closed higher today.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 374 points. The S&P 500 added 57 points. The Nasdaq rose 183 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA1. That's 800-JBS-USA1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA1 today.
Researchers in Seattle have found a possible link between a gene mutation and sudden infant death syndrome.
The Aaron Matthew SIDS Research Guild includes researchers from Seattle Children's Research Institute and data scientists from Microsoft. They examined genes from 144 children who died sudden unexplained deaths. The gene variant was also found in people who suffered sudden deaths for other reasons, including cardiac arrest. The gene variant does not mean a child will die from SIDS, only that they might be prone to a sudden death. I'm Brad Ford.
There's a growing battle in Texas over what is sold in smoke shops. Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick blasted Governor Greg Abbott for vetoing his bill that banned all products containing THC.
One can only come to this conclusion. The governor of the state of Texas wants to legalize recreational marijuana.
The governor's veto was one of about 24 that were announced. He wrote that a ban on THC would drive the state into a legal battle that it could not win. Lawmakers will now be tasked with regulating what becomes a billion-dollar industry in a special session that begins in about a month. FedEx founder Fred Smith is dead at the age of 80.
Smith helped create the overnight delivery industry, which revolutionized the way business and consumers receive goods and packages. He founded the company as Federal Express in 1971 and began operations in Memphis 2 years later. The Mississippi native served 4 years in the U.S. Marines and returned home from Vietnam to start his company, which grew into a $90 billion global shipping giant. I'm Mark Mayfield.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, just like that. Here we go, get our final hour underway. 24th day of June. That's a Tuesday, by the way. All right, Gouger. I guess we'll kind of wind things down there. It's been one heck of a night, I'll tell you. That's just one for the archives. We'll have to save this for maybe some best of.
I tell you, Steve, I can't thank everybody enough. I really want to thank you for letting me come on here and talk tonight. But one thing I want to say before I get off of here, or a couple things, and I'll make it fast, is there's an unsung hero behind every truck driver, and it's the woman behind the man behind the wheel, the truck driver's wife. I mean, you know, me and David been married 30, 34, be 35 years. And, I mean, I never knew, you know, I mean, I just took it for granted that, you know, she just fell right in place and knew what was going on. And she told me about the night she would lay awake, you know, wondering if I was going through the night, everything was all right, you know. And they dread that phone call. You know, that 3 o'clock in the morning, your husband, you know, has been in a wreck or, you know, or something, been hurt. But they got to be tough as steel, man. I couldn't do it. But I give a big shout out to the women behind the man behind the wheel. And I know there's a lot of women driving truck now that the husband's staying home, but either way it is, I don't know if I could stay home at night while they was out feeding America and, you know, getting the job done. But I just want to shout out to them. And Steve, I want to shout out to everybody in the listening community. I had a lot of help, Steve. You was a big supporter in my trucking career, and by letting me come on the radio tonight, and boy, we had some antics. But people got to hear the monkey gouger and everything, so you had a big hand in creating this monster. You know,
right? Okay.
But I mean, I just can't. I just, it's not gonna come to the end here. Just because I'm retired, I'm not gonna forget nobody, and I'm gonna call this show, at least once a week or whatever. But I mean, I had a lot of help, and I can't thank the people that call this show, because y'all's what keeps it going and bring in new supporters and everything. And the people I have met on account of this show is just through the roof. So, Steve, I know you got to get on to some other things tonight. I can't thank you. And I sure would like to have a copy of this thing once you get it downloaded, this thing, because then I have had a blast tonight.
There you go. I think Fred posted. Fred posted
really
earlier. How did he put it? Fred said, "This is going to be a show Steve remembers long after it ends." That's true.
And Steve, I can't thank you enough, but I'm gonna get off of here, and I thank everybody for the calls tonight, and just can't thank you enough. And it's been. I tell you what, I covered some miles tonight. I didn't know how it was going to go tonight. I called and talked to you. You said, just call me at 12:30. We'll get it on.
There you go.
Man, it's been, I hadn't laughed this hard in 6 months, but it's good. So we'll see y'all later, and we'll be in and out all week, and we'll talk to all of you later.
Thank you so much. Gouger, it's been a privilege to have you on the air with us. Memories, rolling down memory lane for sure. And thanks for all those chiming in to say congratulations. It's not the end of the road. It's just kind of the next chapter. But he'll be spending time home with the grandkids growing up now. We'll cram a little bit of the, headlines around the world. Of course, it was a breaking story this past year. Pappy called a little after 11 o'clock, and he had a question for me about, he said, I saw a blur. Did Iran actually lob some missiles at a U.S. base? And I said, yeah, that's it was Qatar. Yeah, but the interesting thing, and some media outlets are saying, what Iran did before they launched those rockets toward the U.S. bases it was a sign of total capitulation. I think in about 24 hours' time, Donald Trump essentially brought Iran to their knees. Before they launched, they notified the White House. They notified the Trump administration that, hey, we're going to launch these missiles. They're going to pretty much fall outside the perimeter. I think due to the fact that they have control of what the media narrative, what the media in Iran can share with the actual people, they had to show some sign that we have responded to the United States. On the media they can show we've launched missiles toward the U.S. base in Qatar. But they notified the U.S. first. Now, within a matter of hours later, that's where the president announced a ceasefire. Officially, Iran will start the ceasefire, and upon the 12th hour, Israel will start the ceasefire, and upon the 24th hour, an official end to the 12-day war will be saluted by the world. During each ceasefire, the other side will remain peaceful and respectful. On the assumption that everything works as it should, which it will, he said, I'd like to congratulate both countries, Israel and Iran, on having the stamina, courage, and intelligence to end what should be called the 12-day war. This is a war that could have gone on for years and destroyed the entire Middle East, but it didn't and never will. God bless Israel. God bless Iran. God bless the Middle East. God bless the United States of America. God bless the world, was Trump's post via Truth Social. Of course, Iran reportedly coordinated the missile attack with Qatar to minimize any casualty there. And again, by kind of notifying them first. Now, you go up earlier in the day, 24 hours ago, we were talking on word of the first day of markets opening following the bombing of Iran, the missile, the nuclear facilities there. Where's oil going to go? The assumption was oil's going to go through the roof. Some were speculating oil could jump to $130 per barrel, right? The price of oil, even prior to the ceasefire announcement, was essentially flat Monday. After having opened higher Sunday evening U.S. time, following that military strike on Iran, even the initial increase in price was considered underwhelming compared to the more apocalyptic predictions that we were hearing prior to the attack. But from the perspective of the trucking industry, it was the continued strength of diesel compared to crude and gasoline that might get the greatest amount of tension. Early in the day, about 7:05 Eastern, about an hour after trading began on various exchanges, I should say 7:05 p.m. Sunday night, the global crude benchmark Brent was up to $78.89 a barrel. West Texas Intermediate at $75.70. But it was the ultra-low sulfur diesel that showed the largest increase Sunday evening, up 3.67%. In a remarkable reversal by 9:30 a.m. Eastern, oil prices were flat to actually down from the Friday settlement. In the interview on Bloomberg Television, the founder of Rapid Energy Advisors and a longtime Washington energy official said the early gains in the market already had moved the price to a level that reflected possible turmoil. I mean, we've been up about $10 a barrel since the start of the war. Now a little bit more, but traders were kind of holding their breath, waiting to see if Israel or Iran expanded the conflict beyond military and political targets into traded energy. No one has thus far pulled the trigger. And he said at the time, if they don't, I can see the price reversing. So here we are now, coupled with the fact that there was some discussion of a possible Iranian shutdown of the Strait of Hormuz. They opted not. Where will oil prices go this morning if this ceasefire indeed holds? Couple of the headline blurbs. President Trump brokering a ceasefire in a call to Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, with Trump's team in contact at the same time with Iranian officials. This official provided some details on condition of anonymity, said that Israel agreed to the ceasefire so long as Iran doesn't launch fresh attacks. Iran signaled it would abide by the agreement. In direct and indirect contact with the Iranians were U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, and U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff. Suddenly, U.S. crude futures falling on Tuesday on the other markets overseas to the lowest level in more than a week as the announcement of the ceasefire. U.S. West Texas Intermediate crude fell more than $3 per barrel immediate, like 4.5%, down to $65.46. After hitting its lowest level since January 11, Trump announcing that Israel and Iran have fully agreed to a complete ceasefire, that Iran would begin the ceasefire immediately, followed by Israel after 12 hours if both sides maintain peace. The war would officially end after 24 hours, which would then put a conclusion to a 12-day conflict. It's amazing how things have changed in such a short amount of time. We'll see. Well, let's see if it holds. But It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
All right, back at it here, and good morning to the blind man.
Good morning, Steve. I just woke up and I had a life-like dream about Trump going to Iran and talking to the people, saying it's up to you to pick who you want to govern in the future. It just seemed lifelike to me, and I hope in reality that he can go to Iran and have a little talk with the people. I know it sounds strange. Now, I must have missed something. Everybody is saying it's a memorable show. What exactly happened?
Oh, we've had the Carolina Monkey Gougers been with us pretty much, all night, pretty much from about 12:30 till 4 a.m. He's with us. And just other drivers calling in, talking to the Gouger. He's retiring. He's got 50 years, and this is kind of his final run that he's on right now. So, 50 years, 6.5 million miles the Gougers run. So it was just kind of a night of saying congratulations, enjoy retirement, and that sort of thing.
Yeah, just make sure that you're active after you retired. That's what I was told just before I retired. Don't sit on the couch and do nothing. Stay active, which I have. And I really and truly enjoyed the years I've had, talking to you and the other truckers. Especially appreciate Eskimo Mom calls me Sunday morning, and she talks to me while she's driving on her way home, and sometimes Dingbat will join the conversation.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a fun Sunday morning, actually having Eskimo Mom talk to me on her way home.
Oh, that's a good deal. Yeah, so maybe you can go back and listen to the podcast, the archive, if you're interested in hearing. You never have to miss a show. You always go back and listen.
Yeah, my friend Mick listens to you. He said he might call in. We're trying to get your show on WCBM in Baltimore. We've been bugging the program director. I say, you have nothing to lose. If you carry Steve's show, you get a whole bunch of new people. We'll see. We'll see. They just don't want to try anything new.
Yeah. I know it's difficult out there. It is, no doubt.
But we're plugging away and reminding him of all the new people the station would get if they just put you on. Like I said, I get you through WUSX 98.5 from Delaware.
The voice of Delmarva. Yes, sir?
Yes. Yes, indeedy. Hey, listen, thanks for all the years of letting me on there. Thank you, Brain Dead, for making me an honorary trucker. And he just added, and you can't drive my rig either. So,
all right. Well, Blind Man, good to hear from you. And I can't help but wonder, like in his sleep, I'm sure he's got the radio on, and I'm sure he's listening to various news and whatnot. Maybe he was kind of hearing subliminally in his sleep some of the news, because what he mentioned about the Iranian people, Israel's ambassador to the U.S. This past evening with news of the ceasefire, said, this is important for the people of both nations. Now, for the Iranians, he says, this means there's an opportunity for the Iranians to rise up and say, we've had enough. We've had enough of freedom deprivation. He said the timing needs to be looked at closely. Having a ceasefire after the ballistic missile production, the enrichment facilities have been decimated, after people have expressed freedom in Iran that they haven't expressed for so many years. He said this may prove to be a monumental moment in time for people to remember. Now, if we have facilitated the ability for 80 million, 90 million Iranians to be free, then we will have done something history will judge as very judiciously and flatteringly for what we have accomplished. As for the Israelis, the ceasefire agreement, provided it is upheld, means the end of a long-standing threat. The most important thing is that we've removed the threat to our existence from over our heads. This black cloud that's been hanging over us of a nuclear Iranian threat to annihilate us has now been removed. That's the bottom line. Now, as the president announced the ceasefire agreement via social media Monday to be phased in over a 24-hour period. Trump followed up, of course, bombing the missile attacks Saturday. Iran countered with missile attacks on the U.S. military base in Qatar. But, as I mentioned, Iran actually sent advance word that the attack was coming, which President Trump actually credited for helping ensure no American lives were lost in that attack. Nothing really substantial hit, no lives lost. So, that is pretty significant. All right, we'll get our final news update here on a Tuesday morning. Meanwhile, clear lines. Want to jump in here? Got about 30 minutes yet to fill. It's 844-844-3388. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says Israel and Iran have agreed to a ceasefire, later confirmed by Vice President J.D. Vance.
Well, we were actually working on that just as I left the White House to come over here, so that's good news that the president was able to get that across the finish line.
Trump posted that this is the official end to the 12-day war. The U.S. ambassador to the UN defended Saturday's strikes on Iran.
At the Security Council meeting, Dorothy Camille Shea said for 40 years the Iranian government has called for death to America and death to Israel and posed a constant menace to the peace and security of its neighbors, the United States, and the entire world.
The time finally came for the United States to act decisively.
The ambassador also urged the UN to call for Iran to terminate its drive for nuclear weapons. I'm Mark Mayfield.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 374 points. The S&P 500 added 57 points. The NASDAQ rose 183 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
If you want 5 free classic radio shows to add to your library or listen to them anytime you'd like, just go to 100radioshows.com. There's 5 shows waiting for you. Fibber McGee and Molly, Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, and Richard Diamond, Private Detective. They're yours free. Just put your email in. We'll send you an email with 5 links. The links never expire. The shows sound amazing. They're yours as our gift. At that site, 100radioshows.com, there are hundreds and hundreds of additional classic radio shows for purchase. If you decide to buy any of those shows, use the promo code
radio.
That's right. Use the promo
secret word
code
is
radio. If you do that, you'll save 70% on your order. Now, that's done at checkout. Make sure you put the promo code in, save 70%. Get some free classic radio shows at 100radioshows.com. At 100radioshows.com.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret. Powered by science.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Alrighty, summertime upon us. It's feeling summer-like, especially in the eastern half of the country. Heat wave continues. We are looking at excessive heat warnings all up and down the East Coast. From the eastern reaches of southern North Carolina all the way up into Maine. Excessive heat warnings also sporadically in between the heat advisories that stretch from eastern Texas to the East Coast. Heat advisories all the way up into Illinois, Indiana, southern Michigan, pretty much all of Pennsylvania, and most of New York. Here for the coming day. Summertime also means lightning strikes. One of the forecasters in Florida shared a photograph taken this past day out of Siesta Key, Florida. People on the beach having a good time, playing volleyball. But there's a storm with lightning nearby. The photograph shows a massive lightning strike just out off the coast over the open waters. But all the volleyball players there on the beach still playing their game. Now he points out, just up the coast this past day, 4 people were under a cabana on Holmes Beach when it was struck by lightning. 1 transported to the hospital. This past Saturday, lightning struck a tiki hut on Marco Island with 4 women underneath, 3 of whom were transported to the hospital. Last Friday, 3 people were struck by lightning in New Smyrna Beach. One of those, a 29-year-old man from Colorado who was on his honeymoon, was actually killed by that strike. All these in just the past 4 days. He says, people, when thunder roars, go indoors. If you can hear the thunder, you're close enough to be potentially struck. Summertime has just started. We've got many weeks, we've got months ahead, especially lightning there in the state of Florida. So many thousands of people flocking to the beaches during the summer months, right? And with the heat that's on right now, that again is all up and down the eastern seaboard. Obviously, waters are a bit cooler there along the northern portions of the Atlantic. But people heading out, if it's 110 degrees, you're looking for a way to cool off, right? All right, Grump, welcome back.
Hey, buddy. Yeah, I hope if he goes up to Washington and talks about that waiver that there's a lot of things that's going on with these waivers, and I don't see why in the hell that wouldn't be covered under the normal physical, DOT physical. Why they couldn't add a line to that or something like that is but getting over that, I don't see why it's any of their damn business whether he's an amputee. I mean, honestly, the HIPAA laws covers everything under the sun, from a boil on your butt to a sty on your eye. Why wouldn't it cover an amputee? Mm-hmm. And it seems to me like they're just being extremely discriminatory about that. And I've talked to vets before about, driving a truck. Guys that are qualified, dudes that I'll see at the VA or something and more than qualified. Hell, they work transportation stuff that's missing a limb, but they want to go through all that damn stress and everything of getting certified as a truck driver. And the other thing that bothers me is people that are on CPAP machines. Now, I'm not on one, but I got several friends that use them. Hell, my wife has to use one. She has to use it for her heart. But if you have an accident or something like that, that stuff is included in your physical, or on your loan form that you use. And that can come right out on Discovery. They can look at that crap. Why is it any of their damn business? That's something that I just don't understand, is why so much of these these rules and regulations and everything include so much of your personal life in driving a truck, but yet they'll let some dumbass get out here, driving a truck that don't even know how to spell it, number one. And, it just really blows my damn mind on this. I mean, when you sit here and think about things and how the trucking industry is just included every person that is well. I mean, you can drive a truck and everything, but it seems to me like, all they're doing is just weeding out people, and Jimmy's a prime example. I mean, for the last damn umpteen years that he's been driving a truck, and stuff, and now, every 2 years it's the same damn thing. When everybody has to go through a physical anyway, why wouldn't that be included? You stupid son of a... This idiot come flying around through here. I mean, he's a hauling ass, about hit me in a parking lot. But yeah, it just, it's crazy. It's really crazy how so much is not included, and things that we look at, why is it included? I just don't understand why in the hell it matters that he's an amputee. If he does the damn job, he's got all these miles and everything. Why is it any of their freaking business? And it just, I don't know. I think they're being discriminated against, and I wish there was something more that they could do about it. But, I'm not sure there is, but the HEPA laws, and everything that covers everything else, like I said, from a hangnail to a bull on your keister. But yet, they'll let any Tom, Dick, or Harry have a, get a damn CDL, if they can come over here, if they can, get over here. Why? And that's something else I'd like to see, Steve, is, Trump signed that waiver or signed that executive order on going back to the way it was, with the English speaking. Why in the hell ain't they going back with the, making sure that the test itself is they always got translators or something. Why? For a CDL, they shouldn't have any damn translators or none of that. It should be written in English. If you can't pick that test up, look at it, read it, and comprehend.
Hey, it looks like the Grump lost his signal there. Happens from time to time, but all right, maybe he'll be able to dial us back up. Meanwhile, President Trump this past day, prior to the ceasefire agreement being announced, recall, we were talking last evening, the former Russian president, President Medvedev, remember him, who had thrown out some comments about, well, as far as Iran is concerned, with us taking out their nuclear program, he made a statement that we could give them nukes at any time. President Trump stating via Truth Social, did I hear former President Medvedev from Russia casually throwing around the N-word nuclear, saying that he and other countries could supply nuclear warheads to Iran? Did he really say that, or is that a figment of my imagination? If he did say that, and if confirmed, please let me know immediately. The nuclear word should not be treated so casually. I guess that's why Putin's the boss. Now, by the way, if anyone thinks our hardware was great over the weekend, far and away the strongest and best equipment we have, 20 years advanced over the pack, is our nuclear submarines. They are the most powerful, lethal weapons ever built, and just launched the 30 Tomahawks. All 30 hit their mark perfectly. So, in addition to our great fighter pilots, thank you to the captain and the crew, but pretty much straight out calling Medvedev out. It is 17 before the hour. And good morning, Brother Rambler, checking in. Hey there.
All right. Thank you for taking me back, Steve. And hello, God's children out there listening to us far and wide from the high plains to the Eli, Nevada, all the way to the Gulf Coast of Houston, Texas. And right here in Hammond, Louisiana, where I'm watching these thunderheads and lightning pop way off in the Gulf. And, man, we're just glad to be back on the air. I tell you what, this is a show for the ages, ain't it?
You there?
I was just going to say, yeah, we got you. You still there?
Yeah, this has been a show for the ages. This is going to be definitely a show to be remembered for a long time coming.
Yes, sir.
So, you asked him, and my father, Dirty Diapers, ever called in? The last time he called in, I had a nervous breakdown because he was bringing up quite a lot of personal things. Like, I won't get too far off in the woods. One of the things he brought up was young Steve, your son.
Yeah.
Going to these college parties with Natty Light, and how y'all took him on a tour to go see what the prison was like to try and scare him straight. I'm like, Pop, don't bring that up.
So I did talk to him. I do kind of remember that. I mean, obviously that's before he came down with the cancer, wasn't it?
Well, he already had the cancer, but this is before it really spread and it took his voice from him. He couldn't speak no more. Yeah, and he brought up a stepmother and some other problems and anything. And I'm like, Pop, don't call Stevenson. I'm like, I about had a heart attack, but dirty diapers were dirty diapers, and everything like that. So God bless him. I sure do miss him. We had a lot of fun times, a lot of miles. Him and I traveled together, and we had that 1999 brand new Western Star that, oh Lord, between him, me, and the stepmother, we had that thing paid off in a year. That was a lot of hard trucking to get that thing paid off.
Yeah.
Yeah, just a lot of good memories, a lot of trucking, and, because like I said on Monkey Gouger, it's been out here, I've been out here now for 27 years. So, and, it's not fun. It's not fun. The whole reason I got into trucking was to not have the man staring over me, not having the boss to look over my shoulder, and it was the freedom. It was coming out here, giving you a set after you were trained. Of course, I was with Swift. That's where I got my start at. Handing you the keys. I said, all right, take this load from point A to point B. Be safe getting there. I can remember the first time I'm in South Dakota, and I stopped over at Wall, got the old steak and everything like that. I'm just driving along, and everything's flat. All of a sudden, I started going downhill, and I seen it looked like an ocean, but it was the Missouri River. I remember my first time seeing that, just being totally amazed. I told this to Heat Wave. I talked to Heat Wave on the phone once in a while. Speaking of which, Heat Wave, he ain't seen it on Facebook. Heat Wave has copied me. He went and bought himself a Tahoe, Chevy Tahoe. But anyway, another beautiful sight. Going into eastbound I-40, going into Albuquerque in the middle of the night, seeing the lights of Albuquerque, breathtaking. And I've had more good times than I had bad times out here. But when you got ELDs, when you got driver-facing cameras, and it's not fun no more. It's now turned into a job. When at first it wasn't a job, it was something that you just loved to do. I've always wanted to be a preacher, tell folks about Jesus Christ, my Lord and Savior, what he can do for your life, and I've always wanted to drive a truck, so I've accomplished both those goals in life. And speaking of which, I want to encourage people, I have a TikTok now, Steve. I joined the 21st century and got a TikTok. But we're trying to use it for the benefit of the kingdom of Jesus Christ. We want to be able to spread the gospel. And then we're going to start something every Tuesday called Bible TOK, Bible Talk Tuesdays. So I'll be on doing a little TikTok when I get home from work, and it's only going to be about, between 5 to 10 minutes. Just, a little bit of extra, how Hot Shot Stiction Eliminator gets the gunk out of your system. This is a little, a little extra push there to get you through the rest of the week. If church wasn't good enough over at Determined Ministries Church, and you could just come on over there to Bible Talk Tuesdays, look for me, Perry L. McDaniel. And I'll be right there on TikTok and doing Bible Talk Tuesdays. And don't ever forget that we do have church every Sunday evening at 5 o'clock Central Time at Determined Ministries Church. You can look for us on Facebook. We'd love for you to join us and just worship the Lord and sing some songs and praise and worship and just give the King of Kings, the Lord of Lords, Almighty God, his rightful due, and let's just worship him. That's the most important thing. With God's children, I think I've taken up enough time. And like I said, this has been one great show. And I just love you out there, God's children. And I do want you to know that we do pray for you. Before I go, one more shout out to Uncle Buster and his family. God bless them. We're just lifting them up in prayer. Baldwin County Wild Man. His brother's been in the hospital the last 4 days. Diabetic ulcer. He's had to receive antibiotics. And I want to encourage you, diabetics, take care of yourself. All right? When you have type 2 or type 1 diabetes, you can't eat like you could when you were a kid. You can't just go eat cereal and candy bars and everything else. It's a whole different lifestyle. And if you don't take care of yourself, you get them diabetic ulcers. You get paralysis in the legs. You get your eye damage. We don't want you to go through that, God's children. Take care of yourself. Don't be like my buddy, Baldwin County Wildman's brother, laying in the hospital with a diabetic ulcer, maybe having to have an amputation if you don't start getting better. So let's take care of yourselves, diabetics. And check that sugar. There's a little prick on the finger. Don't take nothing. Check that blood sugar. And take your metformin, whatever else you take, Monjaro, Ozempic, whatever else. Take it. Do what the doctor says. Take care of yourself, and don't eat like you're 15. Right. You're not 15, you know. Anyways, enough for that. Enough of me preaching about health. But I wanted to just leave you with this, and that is love. Love is just more than just a four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, oh, Brother Rambert can love you, and I do, and Steve, I'll try and call in tomorrow night. God bless. Good night, everybody.
All righty. Thank you for checking in there. I did get an email from, I haven't heard from Horse Feathers yet this week. Obviously, he was off Monday morning. He sent me an email before the show tonight, and he said, no business, no work. So that's why we haven't heard from Horse Feathers once again. It's 100 and some degrees, right? In the shade over there in his region right about now. And I guess there's not a whole lot of demand for propane, you think?
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
All right, final tidbits this morning. We were just talking about lightning strikes. I mentioned the individual who was on his honeymoon. Yeah, that was the story from New Smyrna Beach, Florida. Yeah, it was struck by lightning Friday. And according to officials, this past day, the director of Volusia County Beach Safety confirming the 29-year-old was actually in ankle-deep water. He was struck and then died Saturday morning. She tells WESH2 that the man was on his honeymoon when this tragedy occurred. Emergency responders and a bystander had performed CPR and other life-saving measures. He was taken to the hospital in critical condition. Now, the beach safety director said this storm was still miles away from the beach. So this strike is an extremely rare occurrence, but there were 2 other people struck by lightning nearby on that same day. If you're out there on the beach and there's that storm, it seems like it's way offshore, but if you can hear the thunder, as they say, if you can hear that thunder, it can reach out and grab you. Hello to Truck and Phil, who says, happy Taco Tuesday, coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Sommers, the Hotshot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. And, of course, can't forget the great Knuckle Buster, continued prayers. We start the day off at 72 degrees, 91 the forecast high in Fort Wayne, and congratulations to the Carolina Monkey Gouger on his retirement and his trucking career. Have a great day, everyone. A.K.A. Boom Boom. And Semper Fi from Truck and Phil. All right, final moments here. Even though there is now a ceasefire announcement that has transpired, we'll see if it holds. Iran, Israel. The border czar Tom Homan was this past day speaking about potential sleeper cells in the United States that he said came in during the Biden administration. That is my biggest concern, he said. That's what creates the biggest national security vulnerability this country's ever seen. I said the last 4 years, my biggest concern was this open border. So I pulled the numbers this morning, just from Customs and Border Protection. Under Joe Biden, there were 1,272 nationals of Iran released into this country. You compare the Trump administration's 0. That is correct. 0 releases. And right now, because of President Trump's leadership, we have the most secure border in my lifetime. We have a secure border now, so that was President Trump's big win on securing this nation. So we're not releasing people in the country now. But under Joe, we had 10 million people cross that border. Yeah, my biggest concern from day one, beyond the fentanyl, beyond the sex trafficking, beyond the women and children, where are those 2 million unknown gotaways? Yes, 2 million that crossed that border. We don't know who they are, where they came from, what their intentions are. All right, we'll have to close it out there. Great show. Thanks for being a part of it, and we'll see you back at the midnight hour tonight for our next edition of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is love.